Good evening, everybody. Good evening to members of the gallery. It's lovely that you're able to join us on our last council meeting for 2019. And good evening to those that are listening at home via the live streaming. If you'd like to stand for local government prayer and acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this beautiful land and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. As a community, we recognise and respect their culture and their connection with the land and waters.
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of the city and beyond. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the honouring of your name and the welfare of the people whom it serves. Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who returned to us.
And I think while we're acknowledging the sacrifice that our Defence Forces made, I'd also like to acknowledge the number of Country Fire Service and Emergency Services personnel from not just Victor Harbour but the Fleurieu that have gone to New South Wales to fight the fires. Over 1,000 volunteers from South Australia have gone over to New South Wales, and I certainly know in the Victor Brigade that there's a number of people who are going over that are there now, and there's a number of people that are going over and will be there during Christmas, including Christmas Day, and then following Christmas week there's another contingent going over. So, you know, thank you very, very much to all of those volunteers on behalf of the community. You do a great job, and I know that you would rather be home with your family. We wish you a safe return, and thank you very much. We don't have any apologies. Welcome back, Braden, from your trip. Brian Littley is going to be a little bit late, but he is hoping to join us and will be here as soon as he can. We have no items lying on the table at the moment. If we go to item 5.1, we have minutes of the previous meeting, which was on the 25th of November 2019, and the recommendation is that the minutes of this meeting be confirmed as true and correct. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Does anybody want to speak in relation to those minutes? If not, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The declaration of members' interests, I haven't received any of those. We don't have any deputations. We had one question from the gallery from Ben Blatchford. Mr. Blatchford, your question has been refused, and I'm sorry that you have got late notice of that. Let me just read out. So in accordance with the City of Victor Harbour Code of Practice procedures at meeting, the questions won't be allowed, the questions that you wrote won't be allowed because it is potentially defamatory and objectionable in substance, and as you're aware, the question you're seeking answers for are currently the subject of expert legal advice and investigation from the Local Government Mutual Liability Scheme. Further explanation has also been given to you. Furthermore, as I've stated to you, while there is provision within the City of Victor Harbour Code of Practice for meeting procedures for members of the community to bring forward questions from the gallery, this is not a forum for debate or a forum to make allegations or derogatory remarks about elected members or council staff. This is something that you've been made fully aware of previously, and again, these are the reasons why your current question is being refused. Thank you. Yes, I did, and I do apologise for the late notification of that. But you will have received that. I can't recall a request for a deputation, but I'm more than happy to have a look and follow that up for you, Mr. Blatchford. Thank you. There are no petitions, and so we move to 10.1.1, which is the long-term financial plan. The first recommendation in relation to the long-term financial plan is that Council receive a note, the 2020 to 2029 long-term financial plan report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you very much, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Receiving the report? Does anybody want to speak to receiving the report? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council adopt the 2020 to 2029 long-term financial plan, noting that it will be updated when decisions are made that significantly affect the long-term objectives and or annually after the adoption of each annual budget. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Schofield, thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to speak to this. In fact, this afternoon I sent an email to our CEO and all to all elected members about this particular long-term financial plan, and I don't want to go into the content of that in this forum, but sufficient to say that I'm really quite disappointed in this long-term financial plan. However, there are some other issues I'd like to highlight to the chamber. First up, they may seem a little trivial, but the first one is that this is not the long-term financial plan 2020 to 2029. We ought to put that into, it's a 1920 to 28-29 financial plan, and this goes throughout the document. It's a financial year based plan. Secondly is that I object to the that in the recommendation 2 that we're saying here that the financial plan will be updated when decisions are made that significantly affect the long-term objectives. This to me is the antithesis of what the financial plan should be about. Using our latest word for this, what we're looking for in Victor Harbor, aspirational statements that that we need to bring the community along in all that we do on capital expenditure. I think the long-term financial plan does include operational expenditure, but it's a minor part of it. On the capital expenditure. And I don't think that we're doing a very good job of that. So I don't see the long-term financial plan as a reporting mechanism. We have plenty of those. In other words, you don't report something until decisions have been made. That it's a long-term financial plan, which means that you bring the community along with you on it, the journey. On the plan itself, there's some significant issues in some of the pages. The tables at the back, uniform presentation of finances. Please, before we put it out, can we make sure that all of the tables are properly labelled? The one on page 23 is of the plan is should have a title to it that should be referencing the fact that it's Victor Harbor City Council, that it's a long-term financial plan, and that it's a uniform presentation of finances, which that title of that table shouldn't be in the top left-hand box. It should be across the top of the table. Secondly, when we come into some of the tables further on, I'm wondering in here if some of these figures are true. We have in there for the capital side of the horse tram for 1920. That's this financial year, $27,000 in total, and it's a bit tricky to see in there, but I presume that the cemetery is part of the other infrastructure. The tables on page 27 or page 28, the totals at the bottom are incorrect. The total capital expenditure for 1920 is not 0.936. I think that should be 10,936, and so you go along you
have 1 minute, Councillor Robertson.
Won't be short. Those totals need to be checked because they're not correct as shown. We have a lot of, as I mentioned before, a lot of projects that we are definitely going ahead with, but we have not included. So I couldn't find, for instance, the $800,000 LED lighting program in this one, which I presume was a capital expenditure. So that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I might ask Kelly Knight Stacey to respond.
Yes, thank you. Through the Mayor, just in response to a couple of those items, the detail that you're looking for, Councillor Robertson, in regards to specific projects isn't included in the long-term financial plan. For future years, it's included in the asset management plans, which have a detailed schedule at the back. What's included in the long-term financial plan is actually the total of those by asset category. Or it would be in the annual business plan, which is where the detail is for the current year. So, for instance, that LED lighting. In terms of that last page, the total, yep, I can see what you're saying. It looks like the column's a little bit too small to display the figure correctly, so we'll definitely fix that up. And in terms of title pages and things, we can have a look at that, but it does have a full title page for the uniform presentation of finances on page 22, which actually is directly what it's talking about. Appendix 1, uniform presentation of finances, and then the table is provided. But happy to take that on board, and we'll fix up some of those formatting issues.
Thank you, Kelly. Victoria.
Through the Mayor, just in response, while yes, you did provide me with an email, and I won't obviously reference the email you provided because there was some confidential information contained in it. The information I provided back to you didn't reference any confidential information, just highlighting the fact of our requirements in terms of the long-term financial plan against the Local Government Act of Section 122. And it does currently reflect what we are doing as a council. It reflects all of those things contained within our asset management plans, which have been endorsed by council. And only at this meeting tonight, you'll be making some further decisions where that will be changed. The long-term financial plan is reviewed and updated regularly by the council because the council, depending on its current decisions, can make and change those decisions, and it needs to be reflected in the long-term financial plan. And I feel very confident that this new plan, which has actually been contributed very much by this current council to improve on its information and presentation, is a good reflection of where we currently sit right now. And as this council moves forward with some of those more strategic decisions, they will be included because they will then form part of our asset management plans. And I think in my response to you, referring to the fact that the long-term financial plan is more of a document about our financial position and our capacity to pay for those things that the council is aspiring to do, which are referenced within our community plan, which we're currently reviewing, actually recreating, and our annual business plan. So there's a number of plans which support the long-term financial plan. That document is around our ability to pay and afford it and our sustainability going forward. And I currently think that reflects in the one that we have forward now, but it will change as the council progresses with its new projects.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm just a bit concerned, Councillor Robertson, you said you wonder whether some of the figures are true. Can I just remind all elected members just to be careful in terms of not suggesting that staff might be being untruthful or doing things that are not true. If you've got any concerns, then come and speak to us. I mean, one of the things that we need to do is gain the community's confidence, and if you don't think that things are being done appropriately, we need to talk about them, perhaps not in this forum. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to say in relation to the long-term financial plan? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I know we've done a lot of workshops and we've gone through a lot of aspects of it, but I know that the long-term financial plan is telling a story, put in the CEO's word, of a financial terms of currently where we're sitting in the future. But I look at the long-term financial plan and I see that a lot of work's gone into it, and it's great that the members actually put a lot of effort into it in a diverse way it was before. But I look at it from a point of view as a community, and what will they read it and what will they get out of it? And I would expect, and I would like myself, if I was a community member, looking at it and saying, where are we really going? What is our expenses over the 10 years? What is it going to cost us? And it doesn't tell you that story, because there is a lot of projects in the pipeline. Some of it's confidential, yes, we can't divulge that. But certainly the plan can be a projected figure, a projected vision of financial situation on where we're going to go and where we want to be. So really, it's around about what years would we be expending those funds, so the community can get an understanding that we go some lean years, we make some real heavy years in expenditure, and people can start to get, whether it happens or not, depends on the council decision, but a plan should be open and transparent enough to give a vision of where we're going and not hide things and hold it from the community. I think the community needs to know what we're projecting 10 years in advance on the issues around finances and the projects that we're going to do. We don't have to put in the actual costs. It's all about predictions, about subjectiveness, and that, and of course the strategic directions documents and the annual plan is the ones that really makes it work. But this is only a visionary document which really doesn't really show it, in my terms, what I believe from a community perspective, what it should show.
Anybody else? Braden?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I understand what Councillor Robertson and Kemper are saying and suggesting. I guess my view is that this long-term financial plan is setting a vision, providing some clarity around what that future 10 years looks like. But I think we can all understand that there's going to be a lot that changes year to year, and what happens in a 10-year period. I think if someone from previous administrations was going to predict what we would do this 4-year term, I think it would be very different to what we're actually doing. So I understand that we really do need to have that room to move and not set those financial indicators that we don't know and we don't have that solid grasp on yet. But I think this is a really well done document, and I really commend the administration and the fellow councillors on the work that's been put into this document. I do have one question. I understand that as we find out more about projects that we're doing and costings, that the document will change. But specifically, I guess, in terms of a question to administration, is with the new rec centre for the Gillespie land. I know that there's a lot of excitement around that in the community, the idea of the new basketball stadium happening, and it's, I guess that land was, I think, purchased around 8 years ago for this purpose. And I see that there's 2 years put aside for the 600,000 for each year for that construction. My understanding, just to clarify, is that once that feasibility study is done and those more proper costings are produced, that maybe that will change in this document, like as we look into other investigations into other projects, and that will change this document as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, you've explained it very well. So yes, because at the moment you're just doing some concept plans, and while I think there's a very minor provision for it there in the long-term financial plan, certainly the vision of what it's going to be or what it could be has not been seen as yet. So that is one of those projects that we would need to incorporate more capital infrastructure expenditure in certain years once you have more detail and you've had some detailed costings or design.
And I think following on that from that, Councillor Mann, just as there are projects that we'll be discussing it as council later on this evening, if they're endorsed and incorporated by council, then they will be put into the next iteration of the financial plan. It's an ongoing process. Does anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Glasbrook.
I tend to agree with a couple of councillors here this evening in relation to the, try and find the right word, potentially misleading way that some of these graphs and things have been put forward. You know, if you just look at the operating surplus ratio, you know, how it's going to go on into the future at 4% and beyond, I don't think that that'll ever happen, and I'm not really quite sure why we predicted that would happen. If we look at our net financial liabilities, which is on page 16, so I should be saying that. Our net financial liability is going to go down to minus 38%. Well, that's never going to happen. I can assure you that council will think of something to spend their money on. So I really, as some members have said, that this is a document that tells our community what potentially might be going to happen in the future. Well, potentially that's not going to happen in the future, I hate to tell you, so why have it in there? That's my opinion. Same as with the asset sustainability ratio. You know, really it's on a downward scale to 84% over the, you know, the time frame that's in this. You know, is that what we were aiming to do? I didn't think it was. I thought we were aiming to have, you know, 100%. We're going down to 84% over time. I certainly don't think that that's my aspiration for this council and for our community. So, again, I don't find it to be accurate from my perspective. I'm not saying there's anything inaccurate, but I also find it interesting that there's mention of some things that may happen or may not happen, such as the Gillespie land, which is very important. I've also been talking to basketball people, and the fact that there's those two small amounts in there is just another inaccurate figure. It's going to cost a hell of a lot more than that. So let's put a figure in there that might be accurate, and let's make our little graphs and things spike up when we're going to spend this multiple millions of dollars, which it's going to cost. We know that we're going to spend, we know right now that we are going to spend some money on an arts and cultural centre. Why has it not been included in there? We know that we're probably going to spend some money on some form of parking in the future. Why is it not included? I don't understand. It should be, as far as I'm concerned. So that'll do. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor, just a couple of comments on that. I agree with you in terms of the amounts that are included in there. They may not be 100% accurate because they're purely estimates at this point in time. The long-term financial plan pulls on a number of other documents to get its information. So the long-term financial plan is only as good as the other documents are. So what you're actually talking about is including those projects in your asset management plans, which will then inform the long-term financial plan. And so I guess that's part of the discussion was around creating a long-term financial plan, and there was some urgency about getting it to council in terms of a base plan that gives you what it looks like to do current service levels and work within the asset management plans. We've then been able to provide some scenarios around what happens if you make decisions that are outside of those current asset management plans, and demonstrated that to council as well. So until there's some endorsement or some clarity around what projects you want included and approximately how much they are, and until they're in the asset management plans from that decision, then the long-term financial plan has no data to draw on. So that's part of the process that I guess it's difficult to work through in terms of getting the timing right for what comes first. We're in a situation where we have a number of things happening at the same time. We're reviewing our community plan, we're reviewing our long-term financial plan, council's considering some strategic projects. And so it's all happening at the same time, but not exactly lining up. And I guess that was the idea, was to provide that base for council to go, this is your current service levels. and then we could demonstrate what happens if you opt for decisions or make decisions that come out of that. And then we can update it and show what that looks like once those decisions are made. I don't know if that helps at all, but that's basically the process that we're sort of going through now, is to provide that base level.
Kelly, Victoria?
Sorry, just to add for Councillor Glasbrook, again, I believe you're just reiterating both those questions of Councillor Andrews and Councillor Kemp. But I do, as I highlighted in my response back to Councillor Robertson, I draw your attention to, and I hate to do it, the section 122 of the Local Government Act, and it clearly states the financial projections that are in the long-term financial plan must be consistent with your infrastructure and asset management plans that are adopted by council. And currently, the projects that we are wanting to do in this council, which you have been very aspirational in the time that you've been elected, looking at those projects, aren't in there yet. You're about to make some really important decisions, in which case they will be in them. But as Kelly has highlighted, the urgency to review this document, because you as a council weren't happy with the previous or the current long-term financial plan, we've refreshed it, we've renewed it, and it currently does reflect your asset management plans as they currently are. And yes, some of those figures are quite generous moving forward, and they aren't what will be realistic, but we're projecting 10 years ahead, and you're about to allocate or slot in a number of projects. And so those figures will change based on this new long-term financial plan.
Councillor Kemp, you've spoken. Have you got a question?
Yes, I have two questions. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just on that point that CEO had just made. I know what the Act says, but it doesn't stop us from adding additional information in, which we could then present to our community. And secondly, if the current asset management plan is under review, it's in draft form, then that can change. So I can't understand why the asset management plan in draft form should not be ratified, as well as the long-term financial plan, so they can be connected together, because you keep saying that the long-term financial plan relies on the asset management plan, but it's in draft form, so that could change dramatically before it comes to council for resolution, yet the long-term financial plan has been endorsed. So I think there's a disconnect there.
In response to that, well, it's not so much a disconnect, there's probably an ordering of things, of the way in which the order is being done. Ideally, you'd love to have a brand new community plan adopted by council, and then review your asset management plan, and then create your long-term financial plan. That would be the perfect order in my mind. But as a council, it doesn't always work in that order, and we are trying to keep up with the needs and the directions of the chamber in terms of there are a number of things on the go, and we are trying to review. And we've made this very clear in a number of workshops to members that it isn't in the perfect order. And yes, you are correct. It doesn't stop us. While the Act specifies things that must be in our long-term financial plan, it doesn't stop us from adding things, in which we have articulated some really high-level strategic projects, where future projects. We've clearly stated the council is looking at arts and cultural precinct, the car parking precinct, boating infrastructure, but we don't have any realistic costings in there or timeframes of when those are going to happen to slot them in, and we will do so as we work through those.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Robertson, have you got a question, because you have spoken on this?
Yes, Mayor, I know that. I'd like to propose an amendment, I think, or a variation, I can never remember which. I would leave out of recommendation 2 from noting all the way to the end, delete it, so that the recommendation 2 reads the council adopt the, well, that should be 2019-20 to 2028 long-term financial plan, full stop.
Okay, Councillor Robertson, there's a motion already on the floor, so unless the mover and seconder want to vary it, and the mover moves to vary that motion, you'll need to actually move an amendment. So I'll leave it to Councillor Henderson to see whether she is happy to vary it. Otherwise, you'll need to move an amendment.
I'm happy with the motion as it sits.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, do you propose an amendment? Yes. No, you can't move an amendment? Oh, you can't move an amendment because you've already spoken. So would somebody who hasn't spoken is able to move an amendment, but because you've spoken, you can't do that? So we still have the recommendation as stands. Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, as has been highlighted from all of our discussion, this isn't, I guess, a long-term financial plan that spells the full story, the full narrative of what this council is doing or where it's going, but it does capture a moment in time as our books currently read, as our plans currently read, as they are currently adopted. And that is what this plan does. So possibly a push to get it done quickly has thrown things out of order. That being said, the story it tells, I would argue, is a good story. I think it's a story that says that City of Victor Harbor, with what it currently has adopted, is financially sustainable. It says that we're building seawalls, that we want to take action in regards to infrastructure that helps our community adapt to our changing climate. We're adapting to our growth by building future recreational facilities. We're moving ahead, we're flagging our intent to move ahead in arts and culture, as well as catering for hopefully increased demand in our Main Street precinct. And while we don't have current figures for what those will cost, I think the motion as it stands makes provision for that story to be included at a later date. I do agree with Councillor Glasbrook in regards to the asset sustainability ratio. The story possibly, as an uneducated reader reading this document, it tells isn't a good one. There are some notes explaining around it, but the fact that the graph does show that we actively miss our target at the tail end of the 10 years is probably something we should definitely work on and work towards fixing. But by and large, the story is a good one and I'm happy to endorse it.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Victoria McCurdy's just pointed to my attention that the council practice actually does allow the Local Government Act, for people in the gallery who might not be aware, the Local Government Act in terms of procedures at meetings has a number of procedures, but council can change some of those procedures if it so wants. The procedure in the Local Government Act says that a person who has spoken can't move or second an amendment, but the council has changed that, and so the council practice is that a member who has spoken to the debate and or seconded, spoken to a motion, is permitted to move or second an amendment to the motion. So, Councillor Robertson, if you want to move an amendment to that motion, you're able to do so, and if somebody else wants to second that and they have spoken, they are able to do that under our council practice provisions.
Yes, Mayor, I'll move that amendment.
Can we have it again, please?
Just delete everything after plan on the first line.
So the recommendation will read that council adopt the 2020 to 2029 long-term financial plan.
Sorry, that it should read not 2020, 2019/20 and 2028/29 long-term financial plan.
So the 19. Yeah, there, Karina. To 28, 29, not 11. That's right, sorry. Move Councillor Robertson. Do I have a second for that? Sorry, amended Councillor Robertson. Do I have a seconder for that? If we don't have a seconder, then that amendment's lost. That amendment's lapsed for want of a seconder. We'll go back to the original motion. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak to the original motion? If not, I'll ask Councillor Henderson if she wants to close debate.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, in terms of the capital expenditure and bringing the community along with us, I believe we are doing that. Yes, we have mentioned in there some of our potentially future large projects, which we're still making decisions on. And of course, the costings aren't there for those, so the costings are not included because none of us has a crystal ball. But the information is in there to the effect that we are planning these things and moving forward with them, hopefully. The community is also informed of significant changes along the way by a variety of means. And this includes the annual business plan and the asset management plan, which feed into this document, and also by council reports and community consultation along the way with all of those. So I'm in favour of adopting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? So that is a tied vote, and it is to me as the Mayor to make the casting vote. And I vote in favour of the recommendation that Council adopt the 2020 to 2029 long-term financial plan, noting that it will be updated when decisions are made that significantly affect the long-term objectives and or annually after the adoption of each budget. The reason that I am voting that way is that reporting and having a long-term financial plan that is reported on and that is amended and changed is required under Section 122 of the Local Government Act. There's been a lot of workshops and a lot of time that has gone in with the council that is not just updating our plans, but is really looking at how we do that. There are things that are not in the long-term financial plan because they haven't been enacted yet. So some of the things that we're talking about
Point of order. I'm sorry, Mayor. I mean,
sorry, what is your point of order?
my point of order is that, I mean, we've already voted. We don't need to have a lecture on the reasons why I'm
Councillor Kemp, I'm sorry, I don't accept your point of order.
I'll call for a motion to overturn the order.
You can do that, certainly. I'll give you a reason why I don't agree with your point of order. I think especially when I make a casting vote, it's very important for the community to know the reason that I'm voting in that way. I think it's important for me to explain to the community so that they are aware of the reasons that I'm voting when we have half the council voting one way and the other half voting the other one. They don't want the presiding member or the person who makes the casting vote just to willy-nilly make it. So I'm providing a thorough explanation as to why I'm making that. So that's why I don't agree with your point of order. But however, if you want the chamber to stop me from letting the community know why I'm voting that way, you're more than welcome to carry on with your point of order, to make a motion that way.
I'm not used the point of order to stop you from speaking and explaining why, but you're going over information already being expressed in the chamber, legalities from the Act and things. I don't think that's required to be in your reasons. I think you can give I thought your reasons were quite valid in the first 5 sentences, but you continued on. So that's why I put the point of order, because that's the reason.
I'll leave it up to the chamber. If there's somebody who wants to second me not speaking. Councillor Glasbrook.
Again, I would like to reiterate that I'm not speaking against you speaking, that the Local Government Act says if you don't have new information, we don't need to repeat ourselves. So, we understand that you agreed with the people who spoke for the motion and therefore you went that way. I think that's telling the community what you think, and that was enough. I do believe that you were repeating what had already been said.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder for that. All those in favour of me not saying anything? Sorry, all those in favour of overruling the point of order? Those against? Once again, that's tied. All right, I will move in supporting your point of order, Councillor Kemp. I think the community has heard what I've had to say, and they don't need to hear any more. And I move in supporting the previous resolution as a casting vote.
The call of division, please.
Just wait one moment. So all those in favour, Councillor Kemp's called a division, all those in favour of his point of order? And,
Sorry, my misunderstanding, Mayor. I was calling for a division on the original motion.
On the original motion, oh, okay, sorry, I beg your pardon. So all of those in favour of adopting the long-term financial plan? Councillor Hales? Councillor Mann? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Schofield? And against? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Charles? Councillor Kemp? And Councillor Glasbrook? And motion carried on the vote of Mayor Jenkins. All right, let's move on. Mandatory council rate application, McCracken Views. Councillor Charles?
Certainly, I move that and yes.
Sorry, what are you moving? The first one or the second
that we
one?
receive it, but we could take the whole lot as far as I'm concerned if you want
You'd
to
like to move it on block?
bulk it all up and if that's all right with other members.
Sure.
No, no, it's not.
No? All right. So you'd like to move the first recommendation that we report and note the rate application? Councillor Charles? Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Schofield, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'd just like to ask a question, if I could. The other aged care facilities in Victor Harbor receive this rebate, whether they're a not-for-profit or a profit business?
Kelly, you could perhaps answer that.
Yeah, through the Mayor, yes, if they meet the criteria of the mandatory section of the Act, they would receive it. So it depends on what their constitution looks like, and we go through that assessment before it comes to council. And council has a look at all of those during the annual budget process as well. So we review all the mandatory and discretionary rebates. But there are other properties, and this is in line with those.
Councillor Robertson.
As Mayor, as a follow-up question to that, but since it's been asked, I want to ask my question now on that too. And that is, how come this has come up? Is that the rebate is applied across all of the aged care homes? And because how come it's coming up as a rate rebate now? Is it because just McCracken Views has realised that they can get it if they ask for it, so they've applied for it? So here it is on our agenda. Or should that have been picked up during the, in other words, do people have to apply for it to get it, or do we automatically apply it knowing they would get it if they applied for it? Sorry.
Kelly?
Thank you through the Mayor. So yes, it does need to be applied for. So in the initial case, an application would need to be received. Generally, we have to follow up a number of times to get all the documents that we need. What we do on the annual budget planning process is we actually contact the ones that are already on our list and ask them if any of their circumstances have changed. So they're ones that we proactively reach out for, but in terms of new applications, they need to fill in the proper application form and then provide all their documents. So this was an application that was received. It's taken quite a while to actually get all the documents so that we can assess it properly. That's why it's come before council now.
So we have the recommendation to receive and note the report. Does anybody want to speak to that? We had a couple of questions. If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation, that council approve the mandatory 75% community services rebate pursuant to section 161 of the Local Government Act, and council approve a budget increase of $16,500 and $400. You want to move that way, Councillor Charles?
Yes, I do.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Henderson, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
I'm in two minds with this one because I'm not against the application process being undertaken by McCracken Views. The timing of it is an interesting one, even though the application is around May this year. It's taken so long for it to get here. Of course, I guess Kelly could not actually, through the CEO, to actually incorporate the rebate into the current budget. As we're moving, through a deficit at the moment, this is going to increase our deficit again. And I'm just wondering whether these types of applications should be taken in the financial year prior, so for next year. So I don't mind supporting it for next year, but for this year, again, it's increasing our deficit. And I just think this type of approval process is just not really what I call strong leadership in managing our finances. I do appreciate the fact that, yes, they deserve it, but I think next financial year should be the time that they'd be given it. Not because if all of a sudden we get a whole run of them, it's going to approve everyone. I mean, we've got a budget for these things, and that's what we're here for, to ensure that we do prudence in our way we do our budgeting and planning. So just not supporting this one.
Kelly?
Thank you, through the Mayor. I guess one thing I would say around that is the Act is very descriptive around mandatory rebates and how they have to be applied. The assessment's been done based on the application and said that it does meet the criteria of the mandatory rebate, which means that council, if it wants to comply with the Act, needs to approve it. What happens after that if council decides not to? I'm not sure, but the Act does specify that if it meets the criteria, and we've done the assessment and said that it does meet the criteria, then that's why it's part of mandatory rather than discretionary rebates.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Charles? Can you just hold on, Councillor Charles? If somebody else wants to speak, then Councillor Charles can wrap it up. Councillor Glasbrook, I'll come back to you, Councillor Charles.
Well, I'll have to support this, obviously, as it's mandatory. It's really interesting it even comes to council if it's mandatory. But I would love to, we go through this process during our budget. Yeah, I would love to have a discussion about this through our budget deliberations, because I've recently had experience with one of these not-for-profit organisations in relation to my mother-in-law, and I can assure you that you certainly get the opinion that it is for profit. So it would be interesting to have that conversation.
Did you want to speak?
Yeah, just to add to that, I guess in terms of having confidence in the assessment, I will say that our senior rates officer is extremely thorough, which is why it's taken a while to come back requesting documents. There are a lot of the properties that are quite complicated in terms of how they're set up, and depending on how each individual land assessment or property assessment is, can make it quite difficult. So yeah, happy to have those discussions. We usually bring forward the entire list that we've got, as well as how it was assessed and under what section of the Act. So we'll make sure that we've got a lot of enough information in that for you when we bring it back in usually around the April-May budget workshops.
Nobody else wants to speak. Councillor Charles, would you like to close the debate?
Mine was actually a question. I was just going to ask, there's no cut-off time if you, through you to Mental Black, who? Kelly Knight. Kelly, there's no cut-off time to receive these things. That's the only thing I wanted to know. There's no out there, so it can be next financial year. But otherwise, I understood mandatory. I read the paperwork here and was satisfied that we had no choice but to vote for it.
Through the Mayor, there isn't a specific cut-off, although we do try and ask for people to have their applications in so we can include them in the budget process. But sometimes the difficulty is that properties will transfer ownership, and so we will get new applications from new owners that meet the criteria, whereas they might not have before, or vice versa, and we'll have to go through that and have a win on the budget side. So people can put the application in depending on when we do the assessment, and when the criteria applied from is when we would need to bring it to council for the budget.
Good. Thanks very much. No, they could be a little bit snappier in replying if they're looking for a reduction in their rates, you would think, and they would not necessarily have to be chased. But that's it. Thank you very much.
That closes debate. I'll put the recommendation 2 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. 10.1.3, which is another discretionary council rate rebate application, this time from the Women and Children's Hospital Foundation Incorporated. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the report. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? If not, I'll put that to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation, do I have someone to move that? Thank you very much, Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? No. Councillor Hales, do you want to close argument? No. In that case, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Um, 10.1.4, which is the naming of a private road, subdivision 65 to 67 Seaview Road, Victor Harbour. The first I'm happy to do that on block if somebody would like to move it on block, unless anyone disagrees. Councillor Schofield, you're happy to move on block, and Councillor Charles seconding that on block. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Charles?
I'd like to hear you pronounce the name of the court.
Condoli?
Has it got a silent K, has it?
No. Condoli? No. Does anybody want to speak? You closed the argument with that question?
I said in true New Zealand twang, I thought.
Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. (10.2.1) is the City of Victor Harbour's Community Plan Review. And I'll take the first recommendation that the council receive and note the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson, thank you very much. And Councillor Hales, seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that, receiving and noting the report? Does anybody want to speak to that? If not, all those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have two recommendations here. One, that council endorse the draft strategic directions, the aspirations and strategies for the City of Victor Harbor Community Plan 2030 as outlined in the report for public consultation purposes, or that council note the communications engagement plan provided, and council note the communications and engagement plan provided at attachment A. I'll take both of those together on block if you want to move them that way. Councillor Henderson? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Hales, thank you. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Just a question. So this is the plan going forward for community consultation now. And if that's the case, then what is projected to be the timeline for having this back to which council meeting for approval?
Through the Mayor, and Kelly may wish to add, so it's not the community plan for the whole entire community plan, it's purely the aspirations and strategies as discussed and outlined at the workshop with elected members we've just had. So it's going to the community purely on the aspirations and strategies, and our plan is still to be coming to council in March with a final community plan.
Does anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Hales, do you want to speak? Close debate. In that case, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.3.1, which is under governance, the South Australian Regional Organisation of Councils Strategic Plan 2019 to 2023 and Annual Business Plan 2019-20. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the request to review the Australian Regional Organisation of Councils, or SAROC, Strategic Plan and Annual Business Plan. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Charles, and seconded Councillor Henderson. Thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the request? No. Does anybody want to speak to that? If not, all those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation relates to feedback to the Local Government Association Director of Policy. Is there any feedback that people want to give? Councillor Charles.
I consider the black spot communications as one of the highest priorities, because just about every other major issue that is important, yes they all are, is quick and reliable communication. So that's truly what's more important, I think, here with, well, if you want to say climate change or anything, communication where there's been an accident or just whatever, communication is absolutely essential. So that's what I'd like to highlight to them.
Yeah, thank you. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to, any feedback? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I'll be making a submission. I just haven't got it written up in time, but I thought their strategic plan was really lame stuff. For instance, you know, their vision is for every South Australian to be having a good local government experience. I thought, well, at least that could have been every regional person living in regional South Australia, but it's all the mayors and CEOs of all the councils outside of Adelaide that meet, and they've got no money. I think they've got part of a staff somewhere, and they really need to get down to their annual business plan was much better than the strategic stuff. That was, I think, really lame. But the
so is there any feedback that you specifically would like to give them?
I would definitely think that they should be focusing on projects that that enable councils as a whole to be able to have common problems and look for solutions to those. So that would be things. I totally agree with Councillor Charles on the black spots. There are other, right now it escapes my thing because I didn't bring in the comments I've made, but those things that we can do together. For instance, waste disposal and recycling. Each of our councils are too small to be able to make a real impact on that, and even we've found with our waste authority down here that we don't even generate enough waste between Kangaroo Island and Alexandrina to be able to engage into some serious, the effective waste disposal and recycling. So there's a couple of others as well, but only a couple. I think that
Can I just ask you, Councillor Robertson, in terms of that addition, that feedback, I'm on page, well, it's 105 of my council agenda, which is the theme 2, community development from SAROC. The action is working with state government and Green Industries SA to develop education materials to support increased recycling and reduced waste, and a statewide education program so that there's an increase in materials being recycled. Did you want to add to that, or is that not sufficient?
That's okay, Mayor, but and that's one that I agree with. The same with the black spots. But you know, if you really wanted to have this sort of regional organisation, that, for instance, what we're doing in this council and a couple of others in relation to feral cat control, for instance, that's something that if your neighbours don't do it, you'll never succeed. But if your neighbours do it, you can. So it's projects like that that I think that this group should focus on. After all, they have no money, no staff, and all they can do is write to ministers, which in many respects, this council does a whole lot better than a lot of others, I think. But anyway.
What I can perhaps suggest is, in terms of submitting the following feedback, Councillor Charles has talked about the communication, quick and reliable communication. That second dot point, picking up on your ideas, would be to highlight the importance of their waste, their support of increased recycling in their objective. Would that work for you?
Yeah, Mayor. What I'll be doing is I've been through this stuff. For instance, the economic development stuff on page 114 is really lame. They shouldn't even try. But they do better on some of the others, particularly the challenges we've got on the natural and built environment and the planning code, etc. But I've got some other suggestions about the criteria, what they should do, but it should be limited. So I'll submit those, probably get it done in the next couple of days, because I've almost got it written up.
Okay, so this is looking at the council putting in their submission in terms of what needs to be done. Are there any other points that the council would like to make? Councillor Charles?
I think what Councillor Robertson is trying to say is that we should be focusing on things that we can do as a unit, something that concerns us all councils, and put those as priorities. So it doesn't really matter what it is, but whatever it is that we can work together on, recycling, whatever, that's what we should be doing. And the individual things are items that are just not going to get sufficient support on. I think that probably covers it.
So would your point be to prioritise issues for regional and local regional councils, issues pertaining to regional councils?
Yes, common issues. I'm afraid I only just noted one because I know that without communication, everything falls apart.
Yep.
So I just picked that out because I was looking at many other things in this agenda.
Yep, sure.
So you've summarised it perfectly.
Does anybody else have anything that they want to add? Councillor Robertson?
I just saw one here that I had highlighted, I remember it now, and that's on financial sustainability and governance. We have the issue of having to replace our legacy, the software we have, with other enterprise development software, I guess it'll be. And that is something that definitely we need to do to keep on gaining productivity gains in the council. A lot of other councils need to do it. we cannot do it alone, or if we try, it'll be horrendously expensive and we'll end up dead trying. But as a seriously large group of councils, many of whom have got, I was reading the other day about, is it Robe or Kingston Council, have 8 elected members and a staff of 20. So a lot of councils round have very few staff, and if they wanted to piggyback on any program that was out there to change the software that's used by councils for their running, it would be very helpful to them. So that's the sort of thing.
Yep. So to get what you're saying, would it, if we put as a dot point, examine the use of shared services and working regionally to address regional issues?
That's very, very well put, Mayor. I think that I'm a great believer in keeping councils the way they are, but I'm also a bigger believer in them being able to survive as separate entities close to their populations, but doing that the way we have been successful in doing that, in sharing sharing resources or sharing costs with neighbouring councils.
Thank you. I might just ask our CEO to say a few things.
Through the Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Robertson, a couple of probably misunderstandings of what SAROC is. SAROC sits under the Local Government Association's constitution, and it consists of elected members, not CEOs and mayors. So it's elected member representatives from each of the regional group of councils. We are part of the Southern and Hills LGA, which has a Southern and Hills group of councils. And yes, on that board, there are mayors and CEOs. The only way in which we can get advocacy items up to the LGA is via SAROC. It is an advocacy platform for all the regional group of councils, as there is GAROC, which is the metropolitan group of councils that then forms part of that constitution. So while there are opportunities for resource sharing, that is something we would do at a level with our Southern Hills group of councils or with our neighbouring councils. GAROC is more around, for example, the recommendation you've recently made to the LGA's AGM on single-use plastics. That would go via SAROC, get the support of SAROC, and then go to the LGA's AGM. Just to give you a little bit more clarification as who the group are and who they consist of.
If there's no further suggestions, you'll see on the screen the 4 bullet points that can be fed back to SAROC. We need a mover for that motion. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, thank you.
May I just say that it says quick and reliable communication is essential. I guess that would be an assumption that it's telecommunication and the towers and black spots, which is a plague throughout the whole SAROC region.
We can put in bracket. We'll just make sure that that's really clear. Does that clarify it for you? Yep, beautiful. So Councillor Charles is moving that way. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? We've had pretty much discussion. Does anybody want to speak to that as going up as a motion as it is? No, if not, Councillor Charles, do you want to close it, make closing remarks?
No, thank you.
In that case, then recommendation 2 with those 4 dot points as feedback going back to SAROC. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move to 10.4, 10.4.1, which is the outstanding resolutions, and the recommendation is for Council to receive and note them. Do I have a mover? Councillor Charles, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to the outstanding resolutions? Councillor Charles?
Yes, I do, please.
Councillor
Through you to Director Glenn Sanford, could he give us an update on when the LED lighting is going to commence the installation thereof throughout Victor Harbor, the streets of Victor Harbor?
Yeah, through the Mayor, works are about to commence by SAPN in February, March. Community consultation information is being rolled out and considered at the moment in conjunction with SAPN, who are doing the work. Our involvement is minimal other than assisting and informing the community of months.
Thank you. Just one other to Director Sanford, if that's all right, Mayor. The kiss and drop zone across the road at the high school in front of the recreation centre. How long before that's going to commence? Oh, I see eyes going toward Director Graham Pathouse.
Yeah, through the Mayor, it has commenced, albeit that school's now finished. So in every practical sense, it will start when school starts again next year.
Well, along with that, will the fence that still remains part the way across the front of the property, will that be removed so that it can facilitate the quicker movement of people going to and from cars to save it from becoming too busy perhaps, or too glutted up? That fence, in my opinion, doesn't seem to be doing anything other than...
I might ask Director Sanford to answer that one.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I had some contact with the school about removal of the fence, Councillor Charles, and I think they were going, I'm still awaiting their reply on that removal and see what the impact would be from their perspective. And from memory, I believe under the planning the building capital budget, there's funds been placed aside in the budget. I just have to check. I just can't recall the amount or what specifically that was for, but I have definitely corresponded with the school about the possible removal of that fence.
It's timely that Councillor Little has arrived, because I want to ask about the Main Street loading zone. We had a report on that and a feedback from the community. Where do we stand on that?
Through the Mayor, we had a workshop in regards to the consultation that has been received, and a discussion with elected members on that consultation, and a report is coming back to the January meeting.
One more. Parakalinga House, the disability car parking, when will that be completed?
In this agenda.
It's in this agenda.
Is it? Thank you. Well then, one more again. I'm hoping that there will be a quick result with the Crown land from 46 to 74 Hindmarsh Road. This is my every month conversation. The Crown land is to be vested in the City of Victor Harbor, where the government's making further inquiries. But the reason why I raise it is because we now have our cycle and walking path coming up to the train line at the end of Bridge Terrace, down the little dead end there, and so we're almost at a point. The next step will be to create the path to go to Port Elliot, or to link up with Port Elliot somehow or other. So no doubt there'll be a design or a concept or something produced, and I understand that there are thoughts about taking it along the train line, where we're going to need fencing to stop people and dogs getting onto the train line as they go along this track. I'd like to know that and hope that some thought will be given to the still the possibility of moving that up through the most scenic location, where people get a magnificent view of the bay, as they do when they drive in. When they walk and when they ride, they'll get the same thing if we get that land passed on to us.
We, as I've said to you, well, I think at the last council meeting, we'd got a letter back from the Minister in relation to that land, and we are still pursuing it. And I think, Victoria, you might have some more news.
Yes, I wanted to be humorous and give you a Christmas present, Councillor Charles, because they have got back to me, and I have a meeting with Crown Lands regarding 51 Hindmarsh Road on the 21st of January. And they will be providing us with details of the consultation they've undertaken with those residents. So hopefully we are a little bit closer.
then I know it's premature, but I would hate to, this is what my point was, I'd hate to see concept plans drawn for any other direction until such time as we know that we've either got it or not got that, because it is still very, very possible to run something through there. And that would be the best possible location, particularly when you take into consideration the lousy footpath that passes by that property, which is dangerous for everybody who uses it.
Does anybody else have any questions or any queries about the outstanding resolutions? Councillor Robertson? Karen, can you perhaps answer that one?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the council resolution didn't specify. We have, however, passed on that information. I know the Horse Tram Authority are working through the feedback provided by council, and we have scheduled, I believe, tentatively a briefing or workshop with elected members for February 2020 to go through that.
Yeah, through the Mayor, the partnership letter's been done, but the pledge items need to be finalised, and that came out as a result of the workshop that Council held, I think, back in November about the energy program and the subsequent advisory group that's being put together. So that will get some further traction upon inception of that group early next year.
Yeah, through the Mayor, contact's been continually being made with the Alexandrina Council and the contact that we had leaving the council. So we're needing to re-establish a new officer there to further take this forward with the council, and with the natural burial sites, council are obligated to provide that in any cemetery under the change.
Yeah, through the mayor, I don't think there was any money set aside for it in the budget. There was still some pre-planning being done for that project. The scope got altered a fair bit. The manager of environment's been looking at that one with the particular community member that was interested in that. I think the conversation continues, or the research continues by the manager at this time.
That's it, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions in relation to outstanding resolutions? If not, Councillor Charles, do you want to close? Do you have anything to say in closing?
No, not at all. Thanks, Mayor.
No, all right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. And thank you, welcome Councillor Littley. Thank you very much for hurrying in. I know that it's been a long day for you. It's nice to have you back. We are on number 11.3, 11.3.1, so that's page 174 of your agenda. And this is just, no, I beg your pardon, I've missed one. Oh, beg your pardon, we've got rock and roll. I've missed a whole lot. Don't know what happened there. Here we are. Okay, I beg your pardon. Page 131, Community and Development, and this is 11.1.1, the 2020 Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival. Now, you would have got a memorandum that came through where there was an alternative recommendation provided by staff. So if you'd like, the first recommendation with that is that council receive and note the 2020 Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival Transition Plan Report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? No? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council commence plans to transition the Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival to operate under the control of the Historic Motor Vehicles Club, subject to endorsement by the Historic Motor Vehicles Club Management Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Kemp, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
I'm not in agreement in rolling it out to the Victor Harbor, Historic Motor Vehicles Club. I'd like to do a variation to my motion, and actually replace the Historic Motor Vehicles Club with Business Victor Harbor. The reason why I say that is that Business Victor Harbor looks after all our community traders and businesses, and I would imagine they'll be chafing at the bit to get hold of major events to help support them and run it themselves. They have the business's acumen to do it. They have the people. They have the structure in place. And I think this fits within there because these events attract people to come here who spend money in the town in all these hospitality industries and things like that. So I think if we really want to get this up and running in other events, I think Business Victor Harbor would be the best group to look after these types of events and manage it compared to the Historic Motor Vehicles Club, which seems to be a bit hesitant as whether they have the capability or the capacity to do it. And, you know, so I believe that this would be a better way of moving to have these discussions with Business Victor Harbor to see if they're willing to take it on board. So my variation would be replace Historic Motor Vehicles Club with Business Victor Harbor.
Can I just ask, have you spoken to Business Victor Harbor about this?
No, but this I thought was a bit of a discussion point that could be taken into account to talk to Business Victor Harbor, not let's just make a decision tonight, but to actually look at basically maybe I'll go back and rephrase my motion that the council commence a dialogue for the Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival to operate in the control of Business Victor Harbor.
I'll just talk to the CEO for a minute about that. Okay, so it's your motion. So if, so you're able to vary it if you want to, with the leave of the seconder. If the seconder, who's Councillor Hales, doesn't want to vary the motion, then you'll need to move the motion as it is.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I was under the impression I was seconding the motion as written on the memorandum in front of us. So I'll withdraw my seconding and let Councillor Kemp try and seek a seconder for the motion he was meaning to move.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Charles?
I'll then happily second that. I think that's a great idea. Don't keep it to yourself next time.
Councillor, so do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Charles, do you want to speak to that motion?
Oh, great opportunity for the Victor Harbour Business Association to show us what they've got. I think they'd embrace it.
Councillor Robertson, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I'll support what is being said about a good chance for Business Victor Harbour to show its stuff. But yeah, I was in relation to this particular motion. It was, to me, it was heaping on one club, albeit one that started the whole thing off. That we were expecting them to just take it over and run it. It's reached the size of an event where if they don't grow, they die. And so it becomes more complicated to run these things. And although they had a very good year this year with help from Shannon's, etc. So I was going to suggest that we don't tie it down to the Historic Motor Vehicles Club, but to invite other organisations, and Business Victor Harbour will be one that could go in with the Historic Motor Vehicles Club in terms of putting it on.
Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Schofield and then Councillor Littley.
I won't vote for this. I don't think we're in a position to actually dictate whom we would be asking to take on an event. I do agree with Councillor Robertson that I believe that council should make it known that we are looking for a community organisation or a professional organisation to take over the management of the Rock and Roll Festival. But I really don't think it is our role to name a business or an organisation and then publicly, like we're doing now, and then putting this to them without first speaking to them. So I won't support the motion as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Councillor Littley?
Looking at the reading of the motion, this is to commence dialogue with. So I will support it in the fact that it's opening up the conversation with Business Victor Harbour and giving them option. They are it is a recognised association and organisation promoting Victor Harbour, and therefore I think there should be an expectation that they are going to be approached with such things. I'd like to hope that every opportunity is provided to the Historic Motor Vehicle Club within that dialogue as well to contribute to and also to working with Business Victor Harbour, so we get the best of what they've brought to the table to start with in starting the event, and that business acumen that Business Victor Harbour can. So I will support the motion as it says that it's merely opening a dialogue, and we should be asking our business association to contribute and to be part of it and to bring their ideas to the table.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just thinking it's possibly a little premature to even introduce Business Victor Harbour into this, given that we haven't consulted with them and we don't know if there is any interest from them. Maybe the wording should be other interested parties, and then
have discussions with those interested parties, whether it be Business Victor Harbor or others. I just think we're being premature by naming someone or a group that hasn't actually been consulted at all.
Thank you. Councillor Glasbrook, then Councillor Mann.
Just a question around the timeline. I'm not sure if we've got enough time to go around approaching every second group in Victor Harbor at this late hour. We need to start planning. So is there someone who'd like to answer that question?
Yes, through the Mayor, Councillor Glasbrook's correct. We do need to start planning, hence the subsequent recommendations relating to a pre-budget commitment. Usually happens this time every year so that bands can be booked. It was never intended that it would be a full transition by the coming event. The idea was to provide some level of support through the provision of an officer that might help coordinate that event. Now, whether it's through the Historic Car Club or through the Business Association or through another group, the same sort of conversations and dialogue can occur. So whatever the case, the subsequent resolutions or recommendations are intended to enable that planning to continue in any case.
Councillor Glasbrook. Oh, no, sorry. Yep, sorry, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I agree with the views of Councillor Henderson about, I guess my perception is how this would be perceived by the Historic Motor Vehicle Club. They've been directly running and supporting this event since 2009. So I think if council was to move a recommendation like this and how that would be perceived by them as taking the event away from them, which they have grown and nurtured for such a long time. But in saying that, I do think it's great that we can have more community groups involved in events and taking them over. And I guess that's what we're looking at starting with this transition to allow the support of council and community groups to build events like the Rock and Roll Festival into major successful events, and then to transition them over to be running by community groups so council can start to grow new and exciting events. So I think in terms of the whole transitioning, I think it's a great idea. I think it may be a bit premature to approach or to put a recommendation like this up. But I do encourage that potentially in this transitioning between council, Rock and Roll Festival, and then maybe other community groups such as Business Victor Harbor, that there could be a successful partnership here in the future. But for those reasons, I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to say anything? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll keep it short because Councillor Mann more or less stole everything I'd written down. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Henderson's view that possibly specifically naming Business Victor Harbor when there hasn't been any consultation with them or the Historic Motor Vehicle Club about that transition is very premature, and that's, I guess, the belligerent way that council often puts community groups offside. This Rock and Roll Festival happens thanks to the Historic Motor Vehicle Club, and without them, I don't think much of the festival would have the same charm or attractions if they didn't want to take part in it. And so therefore, I think it's best to go back to them and have that conversation around this before going council's picking Business Victor Harbor instead of you. I think that's just a bit too heavy-handed in that regard. So for that reason, I won't support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, do you want, oh, sorry, Councillor Glasbrook.
I'll just quickly mention that the Car Club are very, very keen to be involved. I've been speaking to some of the members. I just wanted to make that clear by some of the things you were saying. They're very, very keen to be involved. They're not prepared to commit at this stage because they need to go to their members. They called themselves, the committee called themselves a steering committee, and part of their constitution is that decisions like this are made by the members, and it hasn't been to a meeting, and so that they haven't written anything off, or they are very sceptical. They're a little bit, scared about the whole process, which is understandable. Certainly want to be strongly involved, as they always have been, and we'll put this to the committee, but not until February. So if we can find a contractor who is prepared to do it for the money that you've mentioned in this report, because in the original agenda, it was mentioned that a contract was going to be about $50,000, I thought. So I'm sure that the car club wouldn't be upset if the council made that decision, but they still definitely want to be involved. There's no doubt about that.
If nobody else wants to say anything, and Councillor Kemp, do you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll ask you to read out the motion because I'm not quite sure whether people will really understand what's been changed. And I think if they understand it, I think they'll see where I'm coming from, that we're not writing off the Historic Motor Vehicle Society. They're going to be included in this process, in discussions, and all is about agreement. So could you please read the motion before I close off, please?
The motion is that Council commence dialogue to the transition of the Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival to operate under the control of Business Victor Harbor.
Yeah, I guess the rest of it is also to include the last sentence, subject to the endorsement by the Historical Motor Vehicle Club Management Committee. That's what I wanted to. I didn't explain it very well to keep that in there. I didn't ask to delete the rest of it. All I said was to change the Business Victor Harbor.
Sorry, so you want the Historic Motor Vehicle Club Management Committee to endorse?
Subject to. So the middle sentence taken out, subject to the endorsement by the Historic Motor Vehicle Club Management Committee.
So you want that committee to endorse Business Victor Harbor?
If they, yeah, basically, I think the dialogue between the Business Victor Harbor and the Motor Vehicle Society committee, and that if they want Business Victor Harbor to manage it, but they're heavily involved, so they're not excluded.
So the recommendation that Council commence dialogue to transition the Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival to operate under control of Business Victor Harbor, subject to endorsement by the Historic Motor Vehicles Club Management Committee.
Yeah, that's my original intention, but I didn't clarify it very well.
So can I ask you, if the Historic Motor Vehicles Club Management Committee do not endorse that, where do we go from here?
Well, it just falls back to the Historical Vehicle Society.
That doesn't say that in your motion.
No.
So you'll need to clarify that in your motion.
I just think the dialogue's got to be done, including the Vehicle Club Management Committee.
Can I suggest that you put that the Business Victor Harbor work with the I'm just concerned in terms of if you're saying that if this motion is saying that the Historic Motor Vehicle Club Management Committee has to endorse Business Victor Harbor operating the Rock and Roll Festival and they fail to endorse them, which is completely out of our control, then that actually leaves us with no motion. Councillor Glasbrook.
I move the motion be put.
Sorry, it's moved the motion be put.
And I second it.
I know it's a formal motion, but I need a motion that I can enact, and the one that I had up there I couldn't, and I've just made a slight change and I'd like it clarified before you put your motion. So if you'd like to read the motion that's on the screen.
I'll read it out. That the Council commence dialogue to transition the Victor Harbor Rock and Roll Festival to operate under control of Business Victor Harbor and or the Historic Motor Vehicles Club, subject to endorsement by the Historic Motor Vehicles Club Management Committee. I have a formal motion on the floor in terms of that motion being put. Are you happy for that motion? Councillor Glasbrook, you said it's for that to be put.
I'm happy that it be put, yes.
You're happy for that to be put. All right, all those in favour? Oh, hang on, sorry, I need a seconder for that motion to be put. This is a formal motion. Councillor Littley, thank you, seconding that. All those in favour of the motion being put? Those against the motion being put? Sorry, can we do that? All those in favour of the motion being put, and can you keep your arms up so I can see them? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against the motion being put? Let me start. We have a formal motion. We have a formal motion on the table. The motion on the formal motion on the table is that the motion be put. All those in favour of the motion being put, can you raise your hand? All those who are not in favour of the motion being put? Okay, that motion being put is carried. So now we put the motion to the floor. All those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3. And those against? That motion is lost.
Mayor Jenkins?
Yes.
I would like to move the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. So Councillor Hales is moving the original motion. I'll just give Karina a couple of time to catch up. Councillor Hales is moving the original motion. Does someone want to second it? Councillor Schofield, do you want to speak to it, Councillor Hales? Councillor Schofield? Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Glasbrook?
Well, unfortunately, I won't support this one either, because the car club has made it quite clear that they're not certainly looking at having the Rock and Roll Festival transferred over to them at this stage, because they haven't put it to their members. So I really can't see why the council would be commencing plans to transition if the club that they're commencing plans to transition it to aren't at this stage prepared to take it on. So putting the horse before the cart before the horse.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. I just might ask Graham Pathouse to respond to that.
Through the Mayor, that's why the recommendation was that it is subject to the endorsement by the club.
Can I answer that?
It wasn't a question.
Well, it was an answer to one of my comments.
Have you got a question?
No, I would like to answer what was said.
I'll give you some leeway and you can answer.
Thank you. I just personally think that it's silly to commence something that we don't sure that these people want to have. And if you read the email that I made sure that I sent everyone today, that the president of that club asked Mr. Prisabella not to do too much work in preparation of the MOU before it is put before our members. So I just think it's a little bit premature.
Councillor Kemp, you just want to speak, and then Councillor Charles.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I don't support this motion because, the timelines to February, the committee's not sure about whether it wants to do it or not, and this motion talks about starts planning to transition. So if they don't accept it, then we've lost 2 months of planning and processing. We've got to find someone else to take it up, or council runs it again. So I think that we should spend this time more looking at another opportunities and options instead of just relying on the Motor Vehicle Club to come back to us in February. So that's why I won't support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Charles and Councillor Schofield.
I was hoping that Councillor Glasbrook might have spoken a bit earlier in the last, and I'd like to speak last sometimes because so many good ideas getting around that you change your mind, which I did a couple of times. But what we know is that we've run this before many times, and we know that the club has. I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, it's just a matter of putting everything in place again that happens every other year. It's a duplication. We've got a club that initiated the whole thing, and without the club, without the motor vehicles, there wouldn't be any atmosphere at the Rock and Roll Festival. These people love coming down, they love showing off their vehicles, they love getting dressed up, and it's a winner, but it's getting a little bit stale. I see the possibility of the club, feeling they're a little bit over it and wondering what to do next and needing an injection. And I thought that Councillor Kemp's ideas about having the the Victor Harbour Business Club Association, or Business Victor Harbour, who really do need to show what they've got and actually get behind something other than business awards. And the Main Street, what was that Main Street long lunch or long dinner or long table, which didn't come off for various reasons. I think they're trying to get into something. I think they would be not so much a hindrance to the club, but a support to the club, hopefully. And I just think that we're worrying too much about short period of time. I mean, the council was concerned we couldn't get a horse and cart into the Christmas pageant in time. Well, it was done. And you're talking about a private enterprise. They will move much more quickly than council. So I really don't know where we stand here, but I'll be voting for this and hoping that somebody presents to the club the idea, if they haven't already copped the information on the live stream, that we'd like the Business Association to consider supporting them or getting in there with them and really turning this into something special. Let's see what they've got.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Schofield.
I've just realised I seconded this, but I do have a question.
I've given a few people leeways today.
I know.
And we're
Thank
all
you.
learning meeting procedures as we go along, so that's fine.
I have been involved and helped Stacey on this, and it's something that doesn't happen overnight. There is a tremendous amount of effort put into it. And Stacey has done 99% of the work, believe me. But I had a question, and the question, I guess, was to Graham Pathouse, if I may, through the chair. If this doesn't go through, Graham, what will happen to the Rock and Roll Festival?
Through the Mayor, the subsequent recommendations are, I guess, trying to ensure that the Rock and Roll Festival can continue. It's recognising that it is an enormous workload on an officer that we only have for 0.6 of the time, and that since the officer's been doing that workload, her workload generally in the event and festival space has increased significantly as well. And it has been a part of Council's desire to transition this and empower other parties to deliver this. So come what may, the additional recommendations, one is that Council commit to the festival with its usual funding for next year, but then it utilise some of the leftover funding this year to enable a local contractor to help deliver the event. So if that's in concert with the Historical Motor Vehicles Club, or if it's as part of what we deliver as a staffing contingent, one way or the other, that's the way that we're anticipating that we can continue to move forward with it. And those, the $2,500 that's in this year's budget still has actually come about as savings through the work that the Historical Motor Vehicle did at the last event with the registration of the cars.
Does anybody else want to speak to this, Councillor Robertson?
Just briefly, yes. I was going to ask later on, but I'm proposing it now, that what was happening to the management of the New Year's Eve event. The Historic Motor Vehicle one is, the Rock and Roll Festival has been chased up, but the event management for New Year's Eve, this is clearly not for this New Year's Eve, but for next year's. What's happening with that?
Sorry, Councillor Robertson, can you please stick to the motion on the table?
Yeah, one of the suggestions from Councillor Schofield before is that I think it was that it was we go out to the community with a request for proposals to run the Rock and Roll Festival and see what comes back, and that we do that for the New Year's Eve one as well.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion that's on the table? If not, Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Simply put, the Historic Motor Vehicle Club has been our principal partner throughout the life of this festival, and as such, it doesn't happen without them, and therefore they deserve the first right of refusal to take on the running of the festival.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. That's the debate closed. All those in favour of the recommendation? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. The third recommendation is that Council endorse a pre-budget commitment of $27,500 in the 2021 annual business plan and budget to support delivery of the 2020 Victor Harbour Rock and Roll Festival. Councillor Henderson moving that way and seconded by Councillor Mann. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson? That is recommendation 3. Sorry, hang on. Yeah, recommendation 3.
Councillor Robertson, you referencing the memorandum that was on your table. That's the motion that's being read on the back in red.
Councillor Kemp.
I have a question. What's the full budget for the Rock and Roll Festival? And if we're putting up 27,000 now, is there additional funding required when we come around to budget deliberations for the 2021?
Through the Mayor, the full budget, I believe, expenditure is in the order of $45,000. So 45 less the 27.5 would be the income for the festival.
Does anybody else want to speak or have any questions in relation to recommendation 3? If not, Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No? I'll put that to the floor then. Is everybody clear on what recommendation you're voting on the memorandum? It's in red. That Council endorse a pre-budget commitment. Got them? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 4. That Council use $2,500 within the Rock and Roll Festival expenses job in the 2019-20 budget to support the engagement of a local contractor to deliver event coordinator services for the 2020 Victor Harbour Rock and Roll Festival, with the balance of funds required to be drawn from the 2021 budget. Councillor Henderson moving that way and seconding that. Councillor Schofield, thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, I would be voting against this. I think it's precisely against what we're trying to do as a council in terms of the encouragement of our local community clubs and organisations to initiate and grow and develop events down here on the coast. If anything, you put that money into the budget for whoever's running the Rock and Roll Festival, but we don't go out looking for an event coordinator. We won't get much for $2,500 anyway.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak in relation to the motion? Councillor Kemp.
Just a question, Mayor Jenkins, again along the lines of could you define what a contractor would look like as to what qualifications, expertise that we're looking for $2,500, and also are we going to open it up to anybody who's willing to run the event, whether it's Business Victor Harbour or a Rotary Club or a Lions Club or a sporting club, if they've got the credentials to do it?
Through the Mayor, the contractor would have the credentials that would enable them to deliver an event. So someone who's done some work in that space before, we are hopeful that we'd be able to find somebody of that ilk locally. The budget around $2,500 isn't the entire budget that we anticipate would be needed for such a person. We're suggesting that 2.5 would be from the current financial year, and then 2.5, so it's about in the order of $5,000 would then be drawn from the budget that you've just approved for next year's event in total. So that would become the budget coordinator, the event coordinator allowance. The intent here is that if the dialogue, if the transition discussions with the Historic Motor Vehicle Club eventuate and are successful, then it would still be used to help support to have that person support the Historic Motor Vehicle Club in delivering the event. If that's not the case, then the person will use support council to deliver the event still, and we'll still continue to look at other ways to transition to that event beyond this year's festival.
Does anybody else have anything they want to say before I ask Councillor Henderson if she'd like to close the debate? No, Councillor Henderson? No. All right, then I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. (11.1.2) the Main Street Program Phase 2. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the proposal from Business Victor Harbour for projects for Phase 2 of the Main Street Program. Councillor Hales, thank you very much, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that Council allocate up to $1,000 from the Economic Development Main Street Program expenses to support investigations into the design and delivery of a public Wi-Fi and/or analytics system to serve the town centre and foreshore precincts. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Third recommendation is that Council allocate up to $5,000 from the Economic Development Main Street Program expenses to support the delivery of the 2020 Easter egg hunt promotional event, consolidated with the launch of the Telstra Exchange building mural and the artisan markets in Coral Street on the 11th of April 2020. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Charles?
Not to speak to it, but to ask, where are the eggs hidden?
Aha, that's a rhetorical question.
They
They wouldn't be hidden if I told you.
Look, I've never participated in this. I don't intend to. I'm not going to tell anybody. No one's listening either, but it just seems that, like, I guess they're involved or they're within stores or within shops, and then people go rushing through. And
I think they're all over the place.
They're all over the place. In
my lips
hygienic locations.
My lips are sealed.
Okay, so just tell me that they're not in shops and that people who are not intimidated or feel that they must buy something in order to participate in this egg hunt, because it's really great for the kids.
I think the shopkeepers would be more intimidated when you see the throngs of children.
Yes.
Marauding down the main street after their Easter eggs. I'm not sure who's more intimidated, the shopkeepers or...
5,000 is a good store of eggs. That's excellent. Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.1.3, which is the 2020 Arts and Cultures Grant Program call for applications. If you're happy, I can do this en bloc. You're happy to move it en bloc, Councillor Mann, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to it? No? Does anybody want to speak to it? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Charles. Did you want to...
Can you tell me the maximum grant there is for an individual or a group? I don't think it was in there because I read it through. I might be wrong. It doesn't say what the grant might be, the maximum amount.
Well, I know that the budget for it is $10,000, and I think it would depend on the different grants that come up. But the maximum would be $10,000. I'd imagine if there was one application and it was worthy of that much money. But the budget for that is $10,000 for the community grant scheme. But certainly in the past, it's been $200 or $300.
Yeah,
Up to maybe 1,000. Yeah, there's no set criteria, but the budget's $10,000. Usually they're $100,000. If there's no other questions, I will put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. (11.1.4) the Budget Amendment Development Assessment.
Mayor Jenkins,
Yes.
may I make a request and take leave of the committee for this 11.1.4, if we can bring agenda item 13.1.2 forward, because there's a deferral of a project which will bring some $30,000, which won't be spent this financial year, which could be used for this agenda item 11.1.4 without having to raise further funds.
So 13, which one?
13.1.2 Wallen Reserve Turf Trial. The recommendation is to defer it till 2021. There's $30,600 was sitting in the budget, and 11.1.4 is requesting us to increase the budget by 30,000.
All right. I might just check with Kelly Knight Stacey as to the budget implications of that.
Yes, thank you through the Mayor. So there would be an offset from those two separate reports. So it would be that you would be reducing one and increasing the other. So we would still need the resolution around increasing the job number where we need the budget. But definitely you could adjust the motion within 11.1.4 to be offset. So a budget increase of $36,000 offset by the Wallen Turf Reserve turf trial. Yep.
Thank you, Kelly. With the leave of the meeting, would you be happy to do 13.1.2 first before we go back to the other one? I'll ask for a show of hands for that. Although those people that are happy to do 13.1.2. Yep, that's everybody there. Thank you. So if you move to 13.1.2, which is the Wallen Reserve Turf Trial, if you're looking for the page, it's page 185 in your agendas. And I'll do that recommendation en bloc, that the council receive and note the report, that the current turf trials be continued, and that any decision on either changing to one or the two new turf varieties or continuing to use Kikuyu turf be deferred until 2021 financial year to ensure sufficient time has occurred to allow council to make an informed decision. Moving that way, Councillor Schofield, and seconding Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Hales, there's nothing you want to say. Oh, Councillor Schofield, nothing you want to say as the mover? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move back to the 1920 Budget Amendment Development Assessment, page 165. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Kemp, thank you, and Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. The second recommendation is that council increase job number 60585, planned strategic expenses, to $36,000 in the 1920 budget to support the necessary training, technology and resource requirements under the new planning system, and that the increase be offset by budgeted funds from. So you wanted to change that, Councillor Kemp, to, or sorry, Kelly, what was your recommendation?
So thank you through the Mayor. I missed that looking at that recommendation. So there actually is a full offset for that increase in 36,000 from within the same activity area that's been proposed in that recommendation. So effectively what you would have is a reduction in the budget deficit by not doing the turf trial that could be used to offset other budget increases.
Thank you for clarifying that, Kelly.
Does someone want to move that way? Councillor Kemp, thank you. And seconding that, Councillor Charles. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
Just more of a question. This is for this financial year, so I guess the future budget coming up, there's certainly be more funds required because this is going to be ongoing for a few more years. So is you sure 36,000 is sufficient at this stage? Or do you need more? Because we have spare money apparently.
Yeah, through the Mayor, Glenn's got spare 30,000 at the moment. So am I sure? No, I'm not sure. It changes daily. It's very difficult to keep up to speed with the rapid change of the system. And you saw some of that feedback at the last CASPAC workshop, and it does change daily. I guess some of this was built around some of the things we do know, and I guess in some respects the offset that we knew that we could find within the current budget because of other projects that are delayed as a result of the planning reform implementation. So not entirely confident, but it certainly gives us something that will go a long way in getting prepared. What that looks like from the 1st of July, we're still trying to determine as well, and that'll form part of Council's budget deliberations for the next financial year.
Councillor Charles?
Oh, everybody says I tried not to say it. The PDI Act will replace the existing Development Act 1993, and the new Planning and Design Code will replace all existing local government development plans. The intent of the new electronic system is to decrease assessment times and applications to progress to a completely paperless system. I have a question and a bit of a write-up beforehand. At last week's informal gathering, City of Victor Harbor planner David Reid introduced Judith Urquhart, who is an independent member of the City of Victor Harbor, Alexandrina and City of Onkaparinga's Council Assessment Development panels at Tuesday's informal gathering. To provide information on the progress and the urgency required for our council to have the ready main specific issues which concern the council's current policies to be included in the state government's new online design code. The online information and application system will not be as specific and precise as our planners now take into consideration when assessing development applications in our town and district. The new statewide online system is accused of being a cookie cutter system, one size fits all, and is going to be implemented online on the 28th of February 2020, ready or not. David Reid made the comment that the new online system would be the Bible for this council. The new online system is concerning all councils and planners greatly because it is expected to not even come close to covering most of our zones and policy areas, character considerations, objectives, principles and detailed style as our current on-paper development plan now does. If this is the case and the current tailored to the topography and character of a zone has been tried and trusted method, has been without fault and served us well, how is it possible the Crozier Hill Stock Road subdivision development from well before the first sod was turned back in 1999 has become a social and financial disaster to families and shortchanged our environment, and our entire community of approximately 30-acre wetland reserve continues to cost the residents to this day and well into the future? No one answer that now. I'll leave it for a question on notice for next meeting.
Any other comments? If not, Councillor Kemp, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll put that to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. 11.2.1, Carrakalinga House, provision of accessible car parking and spaces. I think this is one that we're all looking forward to looking at, and that we know that the community members that use Carrakalinga House have been wanting something to be done for a while in relation to car parking. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the report on Carrakalinga House, provision of accessible car parking spaces. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield seconding it. Do either of you want to speak to that? No. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation, that council increase the job number 61381, parking other expenses, by $1,400 to provide for materials and completion of works associated with accessible car parking spaces within the private car park on Hill Street, Victor Harbour, owned by Victor Harbour Property Investments Limited. You want to move that way, Councillor Henderson? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Schofield. Thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Councillor Charles, you want to speak?
Yes, the word lessor in the commentary, second paragraph. Who is the lessor? I understand the Victor Central are the owners of the property.
So they lease the property, they're the lessor.
I believe they own the land. What would they be the lessor for? And are we the lessor? I don't understand. It also provides that the lessor will not be penalised for the reduction in public parking spaces. That appears to be Victor Harbour Central Shopping Centre. They don't own the land, they lease it? Question mark.
Through the Mayor, just to clarify, Victor Harbour Property Investments Proprietary Limited, the shopping centre is the lessor, council is the lessee.
They are leasing the land to council, so they are the lessor and we are the lessee.
I understand that now. Just as the director started to speak, I didn't realise that we would need to actually formalise it like that, but that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions or anything anybody wants to say? No, in that case I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Community Services, we have the statistics for crimes against the person and crimes against the property for Victor Harbour. All of this is, for members of the public that are listening, available on the SAPOL website, and council get a yearly report from SAPOL. So the recommendation is that council receive and note the report on statistics for crimes against the person and crimes against the property. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you very much. And seconded by Councillor Mann, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This data provided by SAPOL is, of course, just what is reported to them, which is a vast underestimation of the issues that we face in this town. Just look at page 176. Do you honestly believe that family and domestic abuse related offences, the table at the bottom of the page there, has been going down every year since 2016-17 and is now, these statistics relate to 18-19, so a year ago, that the crimes against people in this particular category of crime is a quarter of what it was in 2016-17. Ditto lots of the other crime statistics in here, and what concerns me is that we can receive a note that these statistics for crimes against people in particular. Crimes against property are actually all over the country, generally in decline. But crimes against people are definitely not. And it's something that we just accept this the way it is. Then again, we're sweeping under the carpet a whole range of issues in our community that's being bedeviled by all of the sorts of issues that are in here, but which are completely underreported, but are being presented by SAPOL as being inaccurate. Saying accurate, but as far as they know, this is the situation that's going on. But if you were to ask any of their officers who are on patrol down here, and they were to speak off the record, they would say that, of course, things are far worse than this. So to me, council receiving and noting the report, and I think that there wouldn't be anyone in this room who would actually believe that this represented the true picture in Victor Harbor, we would be kidding ourselves that this is an accurate picture of what's going on. So I believe it's not an accurate picture at all, and I think that what we need to do is to find another way of getting back from the organisations that work with the people that are involved in these incidences. SAPOL, great job, they do, but I mean, for this type of statistic, really, we're talking to the wrong people. So to me, don't ask for this stuff from SAPOL anymore. This is what you'll get. And I've seen this in Neighbourhood Watch as well. It's just what they report is coming in, and it's not worthy of us. But if we're to take poverty in this city council seriously, if we're to take disadvantage and people's pain seriously, then we need to find a better way of, if that's the intent of Councillor Glasbrook and Hales when they moved this back in December 18, that they get this report, that we need to find a more accurate way of being told what's really going on.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And yes, this was on the back in December 2018. It came to the chamber. I think the original motion was through Councillor Charles, if I'm correct, that you wanted a monthly report or a 3-monthly report, and it got moved down to a yearly report by Councillor Glasbrook and Hales. Council, if you don't want this report, you can move a motion not to have it. It's not something that that has to come to council if you don't want it to come to council. But the motion that was made back in 2018 was that council wanted to have a report every year. But it's completely up to you. Councillor Littley.
A question with regards to our health services in Victor Harbor and surrounding districts. Do we get a similar type of report from our health system, from Health SA, with regards to presentations? Obviously, there's a great deal of privacy in that, but Councillor Robinson does make the point that unless it's reported to police, we don't get a true picture of what it is. Councillor Robinson, you're right. We aren't getting the true picture of the violence in our community and crimes against persons. This is the kind of information that the whole system presents to you. The medical system, presentations of alcohol related violence. It's the kind of information that comes from our metropolitan hospitals. Wondering if we don't get a report and we seek that information, that may be an avenue we go to, is a overarching, non-intrusive report from our local hospital as far as presentations, emergency presentations. But I personally don't seek that information because I have an understanding of what our society is, some of the issues we're dealing with. But that may be an avenue for people to be briefed on what the reality of that situation, of the situation our community is.
Councillor Lilly, we don't, just answer some of your queries, we don't get any specific reports. However, there are a number of community groups that the council and that councillors are involved with. So, for example, the housing roundtable, where Junction Australia sit on there, a number of community groups, and the Christian Gospel Centre and whatnot sit there, and I also go to that housing roundtable. There's the community advisory meeting, which also a number of community groups report to around some of those health issues, around domestic violence issues and things like that. A number of these things are also important for us, I think, to know and be aware of, but they are more state-based issues that we can advocate for. And we also don't want to bring things to the community where we can't do anything about, and that are out of context. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why this comes as a yearly report. I had Councillor Henderson wanting to speak, and then Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Mayor. I suspect we're going to say something similar to one another, Councillor Schofield and myself. Yes, in reply to Councillor Littley, we do get quite specific health statistics through the country PHN, Country Health Network.
Primary Health
Network, PHN. And that comes to the Community Services Advisory Committee. But yes, we just recently had a report with very detailed statistics for the whole region.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schofield.
And along the same line, we did have a presentation from our staff last week, and that outlines some of the work that our staff do throughout the community in aged care and also with domestic violence. Within our the committee that we're speaking of, on a yearly basis, we have had the Director of Nursing from the South Coast District Hospital and the Manager of the Emergency Services at the South Coast District Hospital come along to our meeting and give us a yearly report on what's happening. They will come in on a more regular basis if that's what we would like, but they've been very, very good in keeping us informed.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything in response to this?
If I may, just obviously the reason this report comes to Council is as a result of the request from Councillor Charles, and that was more around looking at crime and statistics of crime within our area. So the Council can access quite a bit of data from other levels of government in regards to other concerns of poverty, domestic violence, youth issues, educational issues, all sorts, and it depends what council chooses or wants to do with that data, and if it wants to redirect its services, advocate more appropriately, it depends on what the role that council wants to play. I guess holistically, when we look at our annual business plan and budget and our services that we're going through, we had a presentation by our community services team just recently. It's around, we've got to look at our balance and our capacity as a council and what role we need to play. So at this stage, this information is really just for information. We do work with SAPOL in some areas where we can improve lighting, improve the area or facilities to make it less inviting for crime in particular areas. But in terms of the role of those statistics of reducing that crime, the council has a limited role really.
Councillor Charles?
I think that's the issue. That's exactly it, even though these statistics are not 100% correct. Because in some instances, people don't report the crimes because it's if they can't get insurance on it, what's the point? So it's too little, or the insurance, they don't have insurance. So there's one for a start. There has been a couple of murders, one on Mentone Road, and I don't know whether Horseshoe Bay was within this time frame, but it could have been another for all I know. But what the original idea that I had was that we had a mayor who was a former police officer, and I felt, well, he may well be informed through these communications with SAPOL on a regular basis, which we were told about at the council meeting at the time, but I figured that a lot of other councillors really didn't know what was happening out there. So we now have an investigative journalist, we have some councillors who are really switched on and are pretty aware of what's going on. So it's a little bit different kettle of fish, but that's exactly what I was driving for, was that if we are aware of what's going on when we make a decision, which might be quite obscure to us right now, we could take information like this into account and make an area possibly safer, as you said, through lighting or through fencing. Who would know? Alarm systems, some sort of surveillance. Jumping off of jetties comes to mind at present moment in a certain little park, all that type of thing. And if we do actually make things, if we actually really do something about it, we can take care of the obvious physical things or do a reduction in those, but we can't go into someone's home and we can't assist them with the poverty that they're going through. And we've got to be mindful of that every step of the way. It really is a massive problem. And when you find one problem and you solve it, you find that there's another 5 or more. It's like bushfires and you know, that's probably a good analogy.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? If not, I'll ask Councillor Hales if he wants to close debate. No? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. It is 8 o'clock, so we will have a 15-minute break to stretch our legs. It'd be great if everyone could be back in the chamber by 8:15. Thank you very much. Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats? What the one about the markets? What number is that one? Okay, thank you, everybody. I've been asked if we could bring forward the motion on notice, Beachside Market Licence Renewal, because we do have the licence holders here at the moment, and I'm sure they would like to go home rather than sit through more council business. So if it's all right with you all, can I just have a show of hands to... Yep, thank you very much. So we're on page 338 and motion on notice. We're all happy that we're back in at the meeting. You all know where you are? Beautiful. And the first recommendation is that the council receive and note the report on the motion on notice to revoke the Beachside Market licence renewal and fee reduction. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. And seconded by Councillor Robertson. Thank you. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? No. Anyone want to speak to that? No. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So the second recommendation is that the decision of council to approval to renew the licence for Beachside Markets for 12-month period until the 30th of June 2020 from the ordinary council meeting of June 2019 be revoked. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles? You're going to propose your motion? No, your motion is the next one. Sorry. So you're moving that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Robertson, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Yes, I'm not going to support this motion. The reason why we put this motion in place in the first place, it wasn't against the operators of the market in any way, shape or form. It was about giving opportunity for other people to put their hands up. Instead of council automatically just rolling it over every 4 years, it's unfair to the rest of the community who may show an interest. And it's really about doing an expression of interest, you know, see if there's any other community groups that may want to come along. Now, the fact is that if no one does come along, certainly the current operators would certainly apply and get it again, and then it'll roll for another 4 years. But what I was trying to put in place is to ensure that we open it up to the marketplace every 4 years. And the only way to do that is you do an interim process of 12 months and then commence if it's a 4-year term, it's a 4-year term. But it's just, again, maybe it should have been applied to the farmers market as well, not just the beachfront market, the 12 months to give an opportunity for anyone else who wants to participate in this type of a venture. But that's the only reason why I think it was really, I put that motion up and varied it to give opportunity for someone else. Now to revoke it, then that means if it goes back again and they get another 4 years, then the opportunity is lost to any other community groups to have a go. So that's basically the reasons why I'm not supporting this motion. As I said, it's nothing against the operators. You know, I know they did a deputation. You know, we've got the right information, which they believe wasn't presented in the first place. That's why the decision went. But it's not about their operating costs or their management of it or anything. It's about opportunity, and the council should give opportunities to its community, not just roll over automatically every year, 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. I seconded this, but...
Yes, sorry, I should have asked you earlier on.
No, it's okay. No, it's, I'd either withdraw my seconding, because I do agree. I thought this decision was related specifically to the farmers market, and Councillor Kemp has reminded me of why we did that, and I fully support that motion. So even though I've seconded it, I won't be voting for it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Since this went through council earlier to put in place what we're now revoking, we have had a deputation from the people who run this market. And I think because of that deputation, we've learned a lot more about the history and the running of this particular market. And I think these people have put a lot of hard work into establishing this and continuing to run it. And I think they deserve the opportunity to continue to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else want to speak in relation to this motion? Councillor Schofield.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Henderson. There has been a tremendous amount of input by the managers, and at this stage we haven't had anybody else come forward requesting to put in markets. We have an artisans market, which is a slightly different thing, but I support this market. I've been down there when it hasn't been on, and people are wanting to know where it is, and does attract a lot of people to our city.
Thank you. You've already spoken, Councillor Robertson. A question?
I wonder if this recommendation too could be altered in some way whereby we, I think that the conversation is going over two different things. One is opening up competition, which is what Councillor Kemp is talking about, and the other from Councillor Henderson and Schofield is about keeping the.
Sorry, what is your question, Councillor Robertson?
Can we amend or vary this motion so that it leaves out the need for the renewal for the for the licensees of sold
No,
the beachside market?
No, this is a revocation motion. So it's actually quite specific in terms of revoking the previous motion on council, which renewed the licence for a 12-month period. So that the current motion that is up for debate is that be revoked. And then if that is carried and it is revoked, Councillor Charles has a motion in relation to the ongoing market and how that's going to roll out. So this is a revocation motion. So no, it can't be. Councillor Charles, do you want to speak?
A question. I was wondering why we're actually having a revocation, because I thought if my motion was agreed to, it would automatically take the place of the previous motion. That's what I was expecting.
Yeah, I'll ask the CEO to respond to that one.
Through the Mayor, no, you need to actually revoke the existing motion. The motion on the floor is that you were to extend the lease for a 12-month period and then seek expressions of interest. So to actually move away from that, that's the current decision of the chamber, you need to revoke that. And then once it is revoked, you can move an alternative motion, but you can't move an alternative motion until that one is revoked, because that is the current decision.
Does anybody else want to speak to that revocation motion? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'll be speaking against it for the reasons that have been mentioned by Councillor Kemp. I would have thought that we would have been calling for expressions of interest before the 12-month period has expired. Is that correct? Or
through the chamber, or through the Mayor, we were about to commence them, but we had the deputation and then we had the motion on notice, so we felt we would hold off of them. So we were pretty much ready to go over a month ago with the expressions of interest.
Does anybody else want to speak to this? You've not spoken, Councillor Charles?
No, I haven't. I put the motion up. I didn't speak then.
No, Councillor Schofield put the motion up. And Councillor Robertson, your motion is coming up next if this motion is revoked.
Sorry, okay.
I thought Councillor Schofield moved it.
Okay.
Okay, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. I see it as a matter of respect. You know, if it's unusual for anybody to remain in business, let alone in this type of business, for 32 years. It's outlasted most of the people who trade in the main street, apart from Tonkin, I'd say, and a couple of them, well, even the pubs have changed hands in the period of time. This beachside market contributes some $12,444 into council's coffers, as opposed to removing $10,000 to run the artisan market, I think 4 times a year. That's a generation. I've written enough here for you all to have read. I do hope you've read it, because what you're doing is you're taking the dream, the original idea, the very first market that Victor Harbour ever had, and probably the only one in the district at the time, 32 years ago. And what it's become today is 42 people were, stalls were at the market. Not all paying. Stalls which were there on Sunday week ago that were given free spaces because they were charitable institutions. There's a big bunch of Italian tourists who'd come off a bus that were eagerly looking around and having everything explained in Italian by the tour guide. It was an incredible atmosphere. Same people that you would see, or some of the same people you'd see at the artisan market, and certainly some of the same people that you'd see who are running the vans around, the coffee van and what have you, around Victor Harbour. This market has been paying, and this is really for the people in the gallery and the people who haven't read this, and perhaps they're on the live stream, they've been paying over 5 times the amount that any other market pays in Stirling, Christie's Beach, Strathalbyn, the Goolwa Wharf, you name it. The highest amount which was indicated on our last, when we voted on this, was $75 was a charge to hold a market. Some councils actually give the land for free and say, here, take it. We're keen to have people turn up and spread around our town and make the place look busy, exciting, and movement and colour, and that's what happens at Strathalbyn, for example, there on the railway property by the railway station. Always popular. People stop for this sort of thing. Now, we had the recommendation, which we went against from our administration. We do that every so often to our folly, where they recommended we do 4 years, another 4 years, and $300. But $300 is actually 4 times the amount that anybody else pays. How we want to do this and why we want to do this, I cannot understand. This is a market which happens on a Sunday when most traders are just not open. It's something for the tourists to do. It's an unused area apart from a walkway, and perhaps somebody might sit on the lawn and feed seagulls whilst they have a fish and chips if they want to carry them that far. It's around the corner, out of sight, albeit by the sea. It's subject to fickle weather, be it hot, cold, raining, windy, or both. Then we charge a luxury fee, a fee that is more than 5 times any other council. I just don't understand why we want to treat people like this way. To me, it seems like we had sufficient argument just a while ago about who would run the Rock and Roll Festival, and we couldn't get a conviction from anyone at this stage. You know, the people are just not there to do it. These days, clubs, associations are losing members and people don't want to participate. Who wants to take on a market that's so expensive, and then on top of that, 1 minute to go, on top of that, they've now received a rate notice. Differential rates, fixed charge. Kelly Knight Stacey explained it to me, and I'll let her explain it to you during the break. We're looking at paying $481.85 to use including the Mount Lofty MRM levy of $2 at $483.85. annual fee to use that area, which nobody wants to use.
Thank you, Councillor Charles.
I just ask Kelly to please explain that there is a rebate or something they can apply for, but this is just more salt in the injuries.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Yes, so we did have that discussion during the break. So in terms of the rates, once a property is leased from council, it becomes rateable. We've had a review of all rateable, non-rateable properties in our council area before the adoption of the budget. A report came to council in July with the results of that report and who would receive a rates notice. And council endorsed a 100% discretionary rebate on the basis that it would be unfair and unreasonable to have that the rates payable because there wasn't sufficient time for consultation with the lessees in regards to that payment. So those rates have been levied against the property. They've been 100% rebated pending an application by any lessees for consideration in next year's rate rebates. So another report will come back to council before the budget adoption during the rating process that will ask council what it would like to do with those properties. As I said, they are rateable under the Act once they are leased. And so that's our dilemma at the time, but that was fully rebated for 1920.
Thank you, Kelly. And excuse me. So that wraps up the discussion for that recommendation 2, which is the revocation recommendation. So I'll put that to the floor now. All those in favour of revoking council decision OC 4812/2019 to approve the licence for a 12-month period, and so that decision to be revoked. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion? Actually, yeah, can you please propose your motion? And you might see an alternative motion underneath proposed by the administration.
Yes, I'm so glad that was revoked. Thank you, everyone. I'm more than happy to accept the alternative recommendation proposed by administration. This was administration's original recommendation, which council rejected after the debate in June this year.
Are you moving that on block, Councillor Charles?
I'm quite happy to,
Yep, thank you.
if no one objects. And everything I said before applies. 32 years is a generation. This has been a wonderful generation. When these people have had enough, and I think they're probably looking like they could do with a break, that might be 4 years' time.
Yeah. Thank you. And Councillor Little, are you looking to second that? Do you want to speak to it?
I'm in support of this motion, seconding it because going on everything that Councillor Charles has said, he makes a very good point about the investment of time and effort that the market proprietors or the market holders have made over time. I looked at the presentation from the perspective that we had the deputation recently, the fact that despite the fact that these people have been working on this and bringing this market to life for 32 years, they are still looking to new and innovative ways to bring people in. They're still thinking about what they can do to bring people to the town. I think we ought to give credit for that. I give credit for that, and I know that people who I deal with in the public give credit for that. New ways of bringing in, and we're actually, by lowering the fees, by giving them some support in this, we're actually helping them to do that. So we're basically assisting ourselves and our traders to bring more people into town. That's the way I look at it. I think that they should be commended for the efforts that they've made over time, but more so commended for the effort that they're willing to make in future.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Kemp.
I was going to oppose the en bloc moving the block because I prefer to support one and not the other, but I guess where my position stands now, I didn't get in time to oppose the en bloc voting. Is that the word?
There's a mover and a seconder, so the motion's on the floor. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Charles, do you want to say anything else to close the debate?
No, I don't think there's any need to. Thank you.
No. Okay. Councillor Robertson, question? We did. I asked if you're happy for it to be on block, and everyone said yes at that time. So that's been that debate's been closed by Councillor Charles. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. And I'd say congratulations to the proprietors of the market, and the council is very, very happy to support you in the work that you do. Let us now return to, I think we're up to number 13, 13.1, revocation of community land status, roadside buffer reserves, Welsh Road.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Weren't we going to do the climate motion for the benefit of people waiting?
We've got climate, if councillor's happy for that, to move to that one, because we do have some people here in the gallery that are particularly interested in that. Can I just have a show of hands? Thank you very much. We can do that. What page? This is a motion on notice, climate emergency declaration, Councillor Henderson. And the first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice regarding climate change emergency declaration. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. Thank you. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that motion on receiving the report? No. Does anybody want to speak to receiving the report? Page 355. No one wants to speak to receiving the report. All those in favour of receiving the report? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Henderson, would you like to propose your motion?
I would like to propose this motion. Do I need to read it all out?
I think that for the community listening at home, because I know that there are a number of people who have contacted council about this who are interested in it, it may be worthwhile.
Okay. So my motion is, and this is motion 2, that council notes the federal government's latest greenhouse gas emissions data shows Australia's total greenhouse gas emissions have increased compared to 2012, not decreased. It recognises the vulnerability of its community with respect to well-being, safety and economic security due to the impacts of climate change. That it reaffirms its commitment to both mitigating against and adapting to the adverse impacts of climate change within the City of Victor Harbor. That it be part of the growing number of local government councils in Australia and worldwide who are acknowledging that we face a climate emergency, and who are both accelerating and giving priority to policy and actions that will provide for both mitigation and adaptation in response to accelerating global warming and climate change. That investigates new opportunities beyond the current budget cycle to ensure the City of Victor Harbor is climate ready and heat prepared, including improving water resilience and protection of coastal and agricultural communities. That it undertakes a review of climate change mitigation and adaptation actions delivered by the City of Victor Harbor to date, and receives costed recommendations in regard to potential tangible actions that the City of Victor Harbor could seek to prioritise in short to medium term. That it acknowledges that more action is required by all levels of government globally to tackle climate change, and requests the CEO to write to state and federal members of Parliament which represent the Southern Hills Council region, advising them of Council's resolution, and requests they also act with urgency to address climate change.
Thank you. And you want to second that, Councillor Schofield? Thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone in this sitting in this chamber tonight or listening to the live streaming that our climate is already too hot, with dangerous heat waves, droughts, storms and flooding becoming more intense, more destructive and more frequent. Ecosystems are threatened, rising sea levels are already displacing some of our Pacific Island neighbours, and food and water security is threatened. There are also impacts on property values and insurance premiums. The predictions for changes here in Victor Harbor are that by 2050 rainfall will decline by more than 7%, and annual median maximum temperatures will increase by up to 1.5%, and the number of days over 35 degrees Celsius will increase by 50%. Also, ocean and Gulf waters will increase in temperature, pH will decline, and sea levels will rise. A temperature increase by another half a degree by 2040 will force more than half the farmers in the Murray-Darling Basin to walk off their farms. Earlier in the year, in February, a panel of experts from SA Tourism, Health, Business, Infrastructure, Science and Emergency Services met at the Adelaide Town Hall to discuss climate change issues and how they will in future impact the state. And the general conclusion was that there is no doubt that climate change threatens tourism, health and business. The number of days over 40 degrees in Adelaide has more than doubled in the past 10 years, and the Bureau of Meteorology State Manager told the audience that he was sick of having weather records broken. Hotter weather is a particular concern for the elderly, the very young, those with chronic health issues and those on medications that are influenced by the heat. And I don't need to tell people in this chamber that we have a large percentage of elderly in our demographic here. In Adelaide last summer, a heatwave resulted in 224 extra ambulance call-outs, plus 152 presentations to hospital directly related to heat problems, and an extra 53 admissions related to heat. SA Health also reported an increase in strokes, heart attacks, breathing and respiratory problems, and also in foodborne illnesses related to heat, i.e. gastro. Business SA Executive Director of Industry has said that SA businesses were already bearing the brunt of climate change, with an incidence of extreme heat leading to up to 10% drop in productivity. The soaring temperatures have also the tourism industry worried, with extreme weather and increasing rise in summer temperatures. The tourism dollar they are already seeing is being impacted, and that includes Victor Harbor, of course. Extreme weather events are also making it increasingly difficult for Events SA to afford insurance for major tourism events, including the Tour Down Under. As a result of the Challenge Tour being cancelled 2 years ago, the insurance premiums increased significantly, and it's becoming increasingly harder to insure against weather events. However, this council does, and our local councils together have a resilient hills and coast climate change adaptation plan, which was finalised in 2016. And this includes recommendations and key points for adaptation to some of the potential impacts. For example, to agriculture, community facilities and open spaces, climate-ready buildings, including homes, flood mitigation, wetland protection and coastal protection, etc. We have already improved recycling behaviours recently by education and changing the frequency of our pickup of refuse. And we are integrating water recycling in our environmental management plan. We are also trialling the use of recycled plastics in our pavements and replacing our old lighting system with LED lights, saving both money and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we have banned balloons at council events, and we have sent a motion to the LGA with reference to the single use of plastics. So Victor Harbour is doing quite a lot. However, we can always do more. We could transition our fleet pool and non-commuter vehicles to zero emissions. And if we could be really visionary by adopting an electric-only loading zone in Ocean Street, which solves some problems there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schofield, as seconder of the motion, would you like to speak?
There's really not a lot that I can add to Councillor Henderson's presentation. I agree wholeheartedly, not just through the information that is in this document in front of us, or our agenda, but also in how Councillor Henderson's presentation, but also through the various publications that we are seeing at the moment, and even through my attendance to Kiama last year. I think what we are going to see, and it's not very far away, is an enormous change to our way of life, and we are going to have to really adapt so that we are going to survive. So I totally support Councillor Henderson's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Councillor Charles, you had your hand up.
I was wondering whether we might suspend meeting procedures and thrash this out a little bit. What do others think? No?
If there's 2/3 of people would like to, if you'd like to, for those who'd like to suspend meeting procedures, can you put your hands up? No, I'm sorry, Councillor Charles.
Fix that. Well, may I speak before Councillor Robertson, please?
Sorry?
I'd like to speak before Councillor Robertson.
Yep, certainly.
Mainly because he's been tasked with being on the UN, and he'll be able to throw some light on probably some of these questions I've got here. The United Nations Climate Change Conference, the hashtag COP25, just finished over the weekend in Madrid, Chile. The Secretary General tweeted, "I'm disappointed with the results of hashtag COP25. The international community has lost an opportunity to show increased ambition." Ambition's an interesting word. On mitigation, adaptation and finance to tackle the climate crisis. But we must not give up, and I will not give up. And I'm more determined than ever to work for 2020 to be the year in which countries commit to do what science tells us is necessary to reach carbon neutrality in 2015, and no more than 1.5 degree temperature rise. And then, of course, on Twitter, all the people get stuck into the story, and I just want to ask, what is the credibility of some of this? Twitter reply: "Sir, the day you clean up the UN from the despotic regimes controlling the building, as well as the rampant corruption, is the day people are more likely to follow the UN because of the endemic issues with your organisation. The majority of people ignore your calls to action." Another reply: "Please give up. Controlling the climate is futile. Be honest. What you and the UN really seek is controlling people and economies." Another reply: "Just like the MDG and the Paris Agreement, the UN is laughable. Another decade of nonsense from them." I will be voting for this motion. There have been a number of emails from residents requesting so. It's my job to represent the people who has on this issue. But I see it as being all about trust and vested interests. Confidence and trust is in short supply these days. How do we know that we're getting the correct facts and we're not being manipulated? Tell me about the UN.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Mann. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Robertson? Oh, no, sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
It says here on page 359, the excluding endorsed budgeted staff resources, there are no budget implications. What does excluding endorsed budgeted staff resources mean?
I would imagine that there are a number of climate mitigation things that the council are currently doing. For example, the LED lighting, the rubbish, the 3,600 trees, a number, the renewable energy group that has just been started. Those are budgeted items that have already been endorsed by the staff that resources are going into. So excluding the current things that we're doing to mitigate climate or the environmental things that we're doing, there are no budget implications in declaring a climate emergency and carrying the motion that Councillor Henderson has put forward.
Sorry, Mayor. You're not reading my question properly. It
Sorry.
says here, not excluding programs, it says here specifically, excluding endorsed budgeted staff resources.
Yep, so
Not
these are
budgetary resources.
So these are the
What does
staff,
that mean?
These are the staff resources that have gone into endorsed programs already. Perhaps perhaps our CEO might articulate
Yes,
it better
good idea.
than me.
It's basically, as it says, it's all the resources that we currently have, that we have within our budget for our administration. There are no additional budgets required or funds required for endorsing this recommendation at this current time.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, because I have seen in various iterations of this declaration that there are wholehearted proposals that there be, large numbers of staff increases and budgets to be put against this sort of declaration. But there are none here. I'm happy about that. Yeah, on this one, I've had a number of emails, some from some people that do this sort of stuff regularly, but others from people in our ratepayers who would like to see this action happen. I think that it is really, really sad and unfortunate that we get down to this business that instead of us taking serious action about stuff to improve our environment, and I talked to the issue that I got through council a little while back about taking on a native fauna conservation committee program. I will be bringing to the chamber in the new year a resolution to support us as a council supporting sequestration of carbon through increasing carbon levels in the soils of farms, principally through dung beetles. But I like to see things happening where there's real involvement of the community and substantive programs that will result in change. This climate emergency declaration, to me, it really goes against my grain to support this, because it's this emergency declaration. I believe that as a council, close to the community, we should take the business of declaring emergencies of whatever sort they are really seriously. And you only pull that pin when you genuinely have something that is really right in front of you, requires action straight away, like we could have this year with bushfires. That to me is a real emergency. I know that people are loose with this kind of language, and so climate emergency, yes, I'm fully on board with the science that's behind it and what people are driving at. But when this gets into sort of activist politics, and so to me it taints it. But however, I do intend to support it here, mainly because Councillor Henderson is, instead of on some councils that have adopted this type of declaration, they've gone overboard on stuff like committing to drastically increase staff numbers, whereas to me it's got to be something coming out of the community, this stuff, and not out of the council, and putting vast sums of money towards doing something about it when really we can do very little. But here it's a measured delivery by the City of Harbour to receive costed recommendations in regard to potential tangible actions that we could do. And as Councillor Henderson has pointed out, you know, we are taking steps to improve our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Mann, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think we can all, we've all seen how with councils around South Australia and Australia, that this similar motions such as this one can be quite politically charged, can be quite a passionate debate. And I think that approaching it from that perspective where you've got people who are climate activists, very passionate about the environment and I guess what climate change is, and then you've got other people who don't believe the science as much. They're not as convinced with the proof. And I think both groups of people represent people in the community. And I think the way that we can go about this is different to that them versus us mentality. And I think that, I guess we got to look at what this declaration is and what it's a part of and what it means. And I think this climate emergency declaration is an advocacy measure to advocate to state and national governments. And I think whilst the reasons for supporting it can be different, I think the outcomes that we hope and that what many people hope from this declaration and this advocacy measure is something that we can all agree on. Victor has taken many steps in terms of improving our environmental measures, whether that's changing our streetlights to LEDs, fortnightly waste collection to encourage recycling, and then the coastal erosion mitigation measures. And there's a lot more that we can do and that I think we will do in the future. But I think that in terms of what this is trying to achieve and how it could benefit us, is it could mean more action on these issues like coastal erosion and the climate warming. And I think that if as a result of this advocacy measure, council gets more funding for our coastal erosion, or whether that is subsidies for renewable energy such as batteries in houses, I think that's an outcome that whether you believe in climate change or whether you don't believe, I think that's something that we can all get behind. So I just encourage elected members to, I guess, try not to get stuck into the politics and maybe the belief behind it, which can flare up emotion. But I think let's look at the practical outcomes that it can achieve for our city and our people, and the cost measures as well as supporting the beautiful natural environment that we have in Victor Harbour. So because of that, I will be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I have a view on climate change, and that is that I feel that we need to act. I feel that since I was a young lad, things have changed in our local environment and definitely across our national and then the world stage. But one reason I will support this, or the main reason I will support this, is I look to my child in school and her friends around there, and they have a great deal of messages going on in their lives at the moment, and it's a mixed message in a lot of ways. I see a council supporting it, the leaders in the community, in actually drawing a line in the sand and say, look to us to lead you, or to help you navigate through this, because they're the ones in 2040 that are going to be dealing with this at that stage. So it'd be a great opportunity to have some guidance around the issue, to stop that real politicised argument, to look back at their local leaders and say, you know, the council recognises that there's an issue that you're dealing with and you're going to deal with for the rest of your lives, that kind of thing. So I think one of the reasons is that we can set a guide, and we can sort of guide those principles to a point within our own community and help them through that stage as well. I do believe that we as adults, we need to take some action against, you know, the climate change. We should be calling out to our governments, but that's not the main reason that I want to do it. It's not. I would simply support it in the fact that as a group, we can lead our community through this, or those younger members of the community who are getting that mixed message.
Thank you, Councillor Litterly. Councillor Kemp, did you have your hand up before?
I've got a very open mind to this issue. I believe the Earth has a changing climate. It cools, it warms, it gets cold. The Earth is through its half of its life cycle, 4.5 billion years. Got another 4.5 billion years to go, and then it'll be extinct. But in the meantime, we've got this issue about climate change. Now, when you look at the sciences and look at the research that goes on, and I see the information that we have, I don't believe we have enough information to really start looking at going down a climate emergency declaration. I mean, you look at the research and it shows me that some of the emails we've got over the last few days with some of the references to look at, and I looked at those references and just did a bit of research and found that under the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organisation, they have registered around about 7.8 million scientists or researchers in the world. And another research site looks at 11,000 researchers have signed up to climate change emergency. So if you've got 11,000 scientists saying out of 7.8 million, that's 0.14% of scientists actually agree that there is a climate emergency. So there's not even 1% of the scientists agree. So you're thinking that it's a minority of the scientists around the world that look at this. So yeah, there's scientists coming out saying that in 2050 we're going to a mini ice age down the northern hemisphere. The ice will creep back down, you know. So there's so much information out. It's a patchwork quilt approach of so much information out there. In my personal opinion, I hear what people are saying. I hear, and it's all being pushed from one area. And you've got to ask the questions. And this is what some things we don't do. We seem to accept what's given to us without asking questions along the lines of who's pushing the zero CO2 emissions? You know, who's making money out of this? Because it's all about money making, because you look at the aspects that reduce our fossil fuels usage, and who are pushing that? It's the people who are wanting to build renewable energies, electric cars, because that's who makes the money. Carbon credit schemes, who sets them up and creates it. So, I mean, the whole greenhouse effect only came around 40 years ago. It's a discussion. As I said, the Earth's been cooling, warming over centuries and millions of years. So is it currently now? And when you look at some of the information, what's been put out and what's get there, as I said before, 11,000 researchers sign up to it. In the commentary is got here, 97% of the world's scientists have proven beyond. So now we've got 97% of the scientists have proven it. Yet, you know, the researchers, the organisations who monitor all this, says only 11,000 people. So you sort of start to wonder what has been told the truth and what's been getting out there just to get it. We talk about, is this on the border of hysteria? And I remember back in the 1560s, it happened there too, when we talked about banning the bomb. You know, there's hysteria around then. There was people in the streets marching, carrying placards, ban the bomb. And of course, you know, we've still got the bomb. Nothing's happened because everyone thought that the world will end in 10, 15 years because of the atomic nuclear age. What I'm saying is that I'm keeping an open mind to it because I don't think I have enough information to go down the pathway what I would deem to be a climate emergency declaration. We have a climate adaptation plan. I think we've followed that and it's quite good. And actually, we shouldn't actually call it adaptation plan. It should be our plan, what we should be doing every day anyway for our community, for our environment. We don't need to put a climate adaptation on top of it. So I think we just need to look at what we're doing, and the government's aware of it. They're quite across it. They've put a lot of millions of dollars into investigation into this. They're looking at it. Scott Morrison said the other day, let's have some calm about this because let's not get too excited because emotion, as some of the councillors said tonight, was very emotional. So I think we need to keep our heads very clear on this, that we put ourselves into a climate emergency declaration and what it does mean for us in the way of expenses in the future. This could be an interesting facet. So what we do today will set up for the future anyway. So I'm not saying we don't do anything. I'm just saying I'm keeping an open mind about the science around it because there are opposing information and it's quite credible as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Glasbrook.
Might as well go around the table, eh? Yeah, look, I'm not going to support it. Along the lines with Councillor Robertson, I don't believe in declaring an emergency. Obvious that we need to change our ways, and I've been saying that for a long, long time. The impact that mankind has had on the world is just horrendous, and it's continuing, and that's the thing, it is continuing, and even in Victor Harbor it's continuing, and unfortunately we don't really know what this means. Recently we had our workshop about our strategic workshop, and I said that we need to stop basing our existence on growth, because that's what the Western world does, and that's what Victor Harbor does. And I think that my little suggestion lasted about 10 minutes, and then it got back onto, we need more of this, we need more of that, we need more people, that's what we need, more people, more houses, more rates, more. And so I don't really think that this council's seriously ready to make this declaration, seriously understands what it might mean. I certainly don't understand what it might mean. And I do support the fact that we need to start saying that we need less people. You look to some of these scientists, they say the population should decrease by 25%, I think some of them are saying. Well, that's certainly not what I hear around this council and around this table. So, I support that we need to do something. We need to look after our country and our world, and strongly support that. But I don't support this declaration, and I don't think that Victor Harbour's quite ready for it at the moment either.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I think Councillor Henderson and I don't see eye to eye all the time, but in this case, what unites us is far greater than what divides us. The climate is changing, and adaptation is a necessity. It's not a luxury at this point. And regardless of what is causing that change, or if it's part of a greater cycle or any of that, the foreshore is moving backwards, and there's a footpath and a road and houses behind it. And we need to take practical action around those things. A lot of the outcomes from the 8 points within this declaration are really practical things. They're things around protecting things like our coastline, about ensuring our infrastructure has the capacity to cope and manage the increased rainfalls and stuff like that in a way that maintains the status quo. It's not about going for a luxurious new thing. It's about going, we've kind of settled for this way of life, and we need to, our community expects that to be maintained. And in order to maintain it, we need to keep moving, because if we stay put, it's going to fall backwards. Outside of that, I think what's within this motion is far greater than the squabbles around ideology in this chamber. I think it's, yeah, as Councillor Lidley was saying, there are lots of young people in our community and they see a world on fire, and I don't want to get emotive, but it is. There are lots of passionate young people in this community that say what they see as political leadership currently is not good enough. And frankly, it's time that we lead in this regard, and in order to lead, you need a stated position. And I think Councillor Henderson, to her credit, has gone about this the right way. She hasn't gone in a hysteric manner, jumping from the rooftop. She hasn't tried to make a massive political statement out of this. She has put down in front of us, on the agenda with lots of time to consider, some very practical points that, yes, declaring a climate emergency is part of it, but wider, it's talking about the very things that make Victor Harbor the community that it is, and saying we want to protect these things. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Before we go to Councillor Henderson to close the debate, I want to say something and contribute to the discussion. I've talked with the CEO, and I'm able to do that as an elected member as well as mayor. There's been a lot of talk by scientists saying that policymakers worldwide urgently need to address the impact of climate change on our environment and on our society. As a council and as local government, we may be told that it is not our foray to get involved in something that is seen as a state or political or global issue. And it's not our job to influence wider policy. But we all know that the ocean is made up of tiny droplets, and these droplets together make it deep and make it forceful. And voices from the community, and as a council, we are the closest thing to community and to grassroots decision making. We can make a difference, especially if all the other councils make a statement. Alexandrina Council tonight has passed a climate change emergency motion. I would like us to stand up for a change in policy, but the council is already carrying out such policy. Not for us, but as Councillor Littley said, for our future generations. If we have got the climate change thing all wrong, then it doesn't actually matter that we're doing good. If we haven't got it wrong and it is happening, it's not us that are going to suffer, but it's our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. The decision to count by council, if you decide to do so, to declare a climate emergency, isn't, from what I'm hearing, based on party politics, emotion or hysteria, but on scientific evidence, and Councillor Henderson is a scientist. However, already we're replacing our old lighting system with LED street lighting, decreasing greenhouse gas emissions by 3,200 tonnes. That's starting in March. We're currently trialling the use of recycled plastics in our roads. Our fortnightly bin collection has already contributed to more than 31.5 tonnes of decrease in landfill. Council's planted over 3,600 trees this year. We as a council continue to advocate against oil exploration in the Great Australian Bight, as passed by a resolution during the last council term. And we have just formed a renewable energy group to advocate the greater uptake of renewable energy in this council area. We have put a motion to the LGA relating to single-use plastics. We have banned balloons at council events due to their environmental impact, and we are undertaking coastal erosion mitigation strategies that already we are seeing that our council is being eroded by greater winter storms and things are happening. So my view is that this is a really important issue. And I think no matter what way you vote, it's really important to think about not just us, but about future generations. Councillor Henderson, would you like to close the debate, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to encourage fellow members not to become emotive about that statement, a climate emergency declaration. The word declaration simply means statement. That statement is what is behind us, as we are now doing, embedding climate resilience into our strategies, our policies and our decision-making process. Simply the statement that supports what we're already doing. By acknowledging this motion, we acknowledge the seriousness of the issue, and we're also raising community awareness so that they can be ready for the changes that may impact them. But we as a council also need to be ready. That's what we're already doing, what we need to continue to do into the future. It's what our community is asking for, and as their representatives, it is our responsibility to let them know that we are aware, we care, and we are taking action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? Can I have a division, please? Those in favour, Councillor Hales. Councillor Mann. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Robertson. Councillor Charles. Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield. Those against, Councillor Kemp and Councillor Glasbrook. Motion's carried. Now, can we go back to item 13.1.1? Yes.
Just would like a question here. We have once again skipped over item 12, and I realise there is no business in there because there are no reports for council decision. But of course, there are plenty of things going on in there by staff. And I just come back to this issue again, and I'll continue to do so. And that is, I believe that it's not a matter of, in this council chamber, of understanding, you know, what the administration wants us to make decisions on. It should also be informing us as to what's going on in the council, in the administration, and what their highlights are. I mean, can't we get from the different parts of the council 3 or 4 lines, you know? What was the highlight of last month? What are the things that are really going on? Because there are several consequences of this. We see far too often in this chamber, and we have several items here tonight, where we have one coming up, the footpath one, for instance. We get a bunch of 400, 500-page agenda with items in there that just pop up 5 days before the council meeting. I don't see why we cannot get from this council a little bit of a flavour of what's going on in the background. And when we skip over these services here, I enjoy hearing about what's going on in our council. I do not enjoy getting reports, stuff for us to make decisions on, because it suits the council's administration that that's the way it should be. And so I'll continue to advocate for this business, that it's not about, and to the community that's watching through the live streaming here, they would like to know also what council is doing. And yeah, you can say, well, okay, we have your say, we have the website, yada yada, that where people can go and but you know, honestly, people would, you know, like to know from all sorts of sources about what's going on, and just having a little flavour of what's happening each month, surely with 112 full-time equivalent staff on board, and a lot of stuff going on in the council, a lot of really good stuff. Why can't we hear about it? So I just come back to this business, Mayor, and to the CEO, that I really don't put this stuff in front of me. This business where you have every month, item 12, people and culture, information, library and customer service, business units, and we have nothing to report.
There's many things I'd love to respond to, but I think I'll be controlled in that response. I don't just dictate what comes to the council. If you're referring to the administration, there's lots of things where I need to have decisions of the chamber. That's what the council meetings are held for. It's to enable you as a council to make decisions that I am unable to make as the CEO of the organisation. And yes, we do provide lots of information to our community via the website, via Victor Viewpoints. And we have a number of public briefings, and the document you referred to was held at an open informal briefing where the members received the footpath strategy and details around that. So you haven't just received it 5 days before the agenda. And I do provide the members with a significant amount of information every week in an elected member update. So I think to address this concern, which you particularly have every single council meeting, I will remove those items from the agenda listing. They're there because they represent the organisational departments that we have on the organisational review that I undertook for this council when I started. And it was to show that there will be times when items are relevant to those areas that will need to come to the chamber for decision. But I think it's best that I just remove them and leave it blank.
I am aware that we have got items on the agenda that we need to move on to. If you've got any questions in relation to this, perhaps ask them at the questions without notice, and if we can answer them, we will. But we do need to get on with the agenda because we still have quite a lot to get through. Moving back to 13.1.1, revocation of community land status, roadside buffer, reserves Welsh Road. I'm happy to do this en bloc, or I can do it like recommendation by recommendation. It's up to you.
I'm happy to move it en bloc as long as fellow councillors are happy with that.
Are you happy to move it en bloc? You're happy to move it en bloc, Councillor Robertson? Yep. No one's unhappy? Just give Karina a minute. Okay. Would someone like, you're moving that way, Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to that? Does anybody else want to speak to it? Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Just more of a question, Mayor Jenkins. Once this roadside buffer reserve is revocation from community land status, and then we've got the development approval for the subdivision with the road aspects, and the design and safety aspects and construction of the junctions are bound by the conditions of the development approval. If they're not approved, what happens to that land? Does it stay as just normal road reserve now and can be used for anything, or do we put it back into community land again if the two roads that come out onto Welch Road doesn't get approved for whatever reason?
Through the Mayor, they're currently part of road reserve at the part of the road reserve, but we're looking at formalising it for access egress through the development approval. So we're looking at revoking that plan so that can occur for
So just again, if the approval on the development approval doesn't give construction to those junctions, what do we do with that land then? Because we know junctions coming out of that subdivision onto Welch Road.
I'll just have to follow that up and check and get back to you, David, on that question.
Is that all, Councillor Kemp? Councillor Glasbrook, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. I'll just be a little bit cheeky because I can. This would be a golden opportunity for the environmentalists amongst us to, and who those who are concerned about climate change, consider population growth and consider the issue of more development, what I've been talking about before. The answer with global warming and whatever else is to treat the problem, treat the cause. And one of the major causes of global warming is too many people and environmental issues. So one of the ways that we could show our community that we really do believe that we should support these policies is maybe to look at the way that we're continuously wanting to grow and grow and grow, as I said earlier. But as I say, I'm just being cheeky.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Hales, you moved it. Do you want to say anything? Close debate? No. In that case, then, all those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We've done the wall and turf trial. Recreation and Small Grants Program 2019-20. The council receive and note the report and recommendation 2. There's an individual grant from the Recreation and Small Grants Program. Would someone like to move that en bloc? Councillor Mann. And seconded Councillor Littley. Is everybody happy for that to be moved en bloc? Yes. Yep. Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. I find it unfortunate that we continue on with this practice of awarding funding for the recreation and small grants to individuals going to national championships, although I applaud their achievements in doing so. But to me, we have a very small budget for recreation and small grants, and I recognise that's a budgetary issue. But one day I would hope that we would start to address some other issues, like the extent to which some of the families that can't engage in some of the sports programs because of financial considerations, that we could find a way to assist the sports involved to be able to get more people involved in their sporting activities as a way of dispensing our grants.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think Councillor Robertson makes an excellent point about, I guess, trying to encourage more people to take up this grant program, and it would be excellent if we could have more money for this grant pool. I think that a lot of the discussion that we've had in this last year of council is about really promoting this grant program and getting more people out there. And I think that's definitely somewhere where we can target our marketing and advertising of it to get more people who maybe we're getting a lot that are struggling to afford the international and the national competitions and state competitions, but I guess also those who need that extra support to compete and participate locally. So I think that's an excellent point that Councillor Robertson raises. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Does anybody else want to contribute to the debate? If not, oh, you've closed the debate, Councillor Mann. You moved that. Yep. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. It's at 9:30. I need a resolution to either continue with the meeting or to adjourn the meeting because we have been going since 5:30. So can I have hands up if you'd like to continue? I need a resolution. Sorry, would someone like to move either way? You'll move to continue the meeting? Yep. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mann. All those in favour of continuing the meeting? Those who want to stop the meeting? That's carried, thank you. 13.3, infrastructure, review of footpath and pedestrian strategy. I'll do this recommendation en bloc, but I do note that the recommendation is titled 3 and 4. I think that should be 1 and 2. So I'll take that en bloc if somebody would like to move that en bloc. Councillor Schofield, thank you, and Councillor Henderson, thank you very much. Are you all happy for that to be moved en bloc? Councillor Schofield, would you like to speak to the recommendation? No. Would anybody like to speak to the recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, I'll be brief on this because I'll put something down in writing. I just refer to page 8 here in terms of our scope and objectives in this program. To me, going back over it again, there's seem to be quite a number of contradictions in on this page, but I guess it'll go out to community consultation, so we'll see if that sorts the issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to it? If not, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 14.1, minutes of the Fleurieu Regional Community Services Advisory Committee of the 12th of November. And the recommendation, the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson, thank you. And Councillor Henderson, thank you. Either of you want to speak to that? No? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2, which is in relation to flourishing on the Fleurieu Festival. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Henderson?
Yes, just to say what a successful this event was in the past, and it's being extended over 2 weeks instead of the single week it was held over last time, just to give more opportunity for people to be involved, because it was very successful.
Anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Just a couple of questions. Thanks, Mayor. Just to clarify my memory, and when is the event held? Because it's not in the information that's given to us, so it's a bit hard to vote on information which is not quite there. And secondly, dot point 3, it talks about another $6,500 to be provided in the 2021 budget. Is that additional to what's currently put aside, or this is part of it? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, Councillor Henderson, being chair of that?
I'd like to answer the first part. The event was held in September in the past, but it's now going to be moved to October to coincide with Cota's Zest Fest, and will become linked and part of that Zest Fest.
And you're aware of Cota? You know who Cota are? Sorry? Yep.
Sorry.
And perhaps Graham Pathouse might be able to answer the second question.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that's an increase from last year's budgeted amount, although I do believe it happens every second year, and it was consistent with, it happens every second year. The event happens every second year, and so there wasn't one held last year, and I believe Mark Oliphant advised me earlier this week that it was, or late last week, that it was consistent with the previous budgets for that particular event.
And to clarify, this year it's being held over a 2-week period as opposed to a 1-week period, which it was 2 years ago. And it's being done in conjunction with the Primary Health Network, and one of the things that they put on the Flourishing in Fleurieu.
Sorry, Matt, just to correct the dates, it was held last year, not this year, but the next one is next year.
Next year.
So it was last year and next year.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this or have anything to say? No, in that case, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Unanimously. Recommendation 3, someone like to move that? Councillor Schofield, thank you. Councillor Mann, thank you. Do you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. And recommendation 4, would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, Councillor Henderson, either of you like to speak to it? Anybody like to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Then we have the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee minutes. And the recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes of the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee from the 10th of December. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you, and Councillor Robertson seconding it. Would either of you like to speak to it? Would anybody like to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We go back to the Fleurieu Regional Community Services Advisory Committee minutes. This is from the 10th of December 2019, and the recommendation is to receive and note the minutes. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, thank you, and Councillor Hales seconding it. Either of you want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried. The representative reports of December 2019. The Council receive and note the representative reports. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you, and Councillor Charles, thank you. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor
I thought maybe Councillor Nick Hart might be able to expand on this. Seems as though, my microphone, yes, it is working. What impact do these short-term holiday rentals have on the community? There's been a bit of research there from the University of Sydney. Can you expand on that for me, please? Since we have so many here on this team.
Well, off the top of my head, I can't give you a nice eloquent speech about the impact over the last 12 months. If you look at this report about our council agendas, as well as the reports that Councillor Schofield and I produced after Kiama, you'll be able to find more information on that. You can also go to the Australian Question Council's website to see the report from the university. More or less, the study has been into the impact that short-term rentals have on issues on rentals for their full-time residents because everyone wants to put their home up for and the flow-on effects around that, as well as is it a commercial property, is it a residential property, and regulatory issues. But hopefully, the recommendation of the Australian Question Council's website, you may find information there.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything they want to say in relation to the representative reports? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of receiving notice? The recommendation 16.1.1 is the council receive and note the mineral report. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann, thank you. Councillor Charles, thank you. Are there questions? If not, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The elected member reports. Receiving note from them. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann and Councillor Hales. Are there any questions about the elected member reports? All those in favour of receiving them? Questions on notice? Proposal for estate planning review, Councillor Charles.
Matter of urgency.
Matter of urgency, no, sorry. Beg your pardon, matters of urgency. Are there any matters of urgency? Councillor Charles.
I don't know what you regard this as a matter of urgency, but I've provided you with a motion. Just recently, the South Australian government, with support of the Labor Party, put through poker machines, which now will take notes. The notice can be taken into the poker machines with conversion. Forward by SAPS political party. News to us. These new laws will have effect on poker machine addicts across the state, she said. Frank condemned the actions of the major parties describing their behaviour as repugnant and said that support for the reform of many is what South Australians want. He was referring to a recent survey by the Australian Institute, which found 80% of South Australians believe that allowing poker machines to accept notes would increase harm. The unholy alliance of the two major parties culminated in some of the most repugnant pieces of legislation ever introduced into Parliament. Yellow cell. I think we represent 80% of the public. I voted for climate change because the public voted me to, not necessarily because I believe in it. And I think in this particular one, I would like the motion of the Mayor write to the Honourable Mayor for Finniss David Basham to express our council's disappointment with the passing of legislation allowing note acceptors on poker machines. We believe that legislation will further serve to impact the social fabric of our district, further degrade the well-being of families in an area where opportunities for employment and average income are already lower than the state average. And really, I don't have to say more about that. See if it goes through, but I think we've certainly got enough information with our police report and various other things. And I'm sure that other councillors can understand what I've said. I believe we should show our disappointment, if we all feel disappointed about it. I certainly am. I see, all too often I see the results of it. And I know people can still gamble online, and I know that people can spend their money on betting on the football, whatever, by going up the wall. But this is one quick way very, very quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. I'll take that as a motion on notice, that motion without notice, rather than matter of urgency, although I do see that it is quite urgent. But if you're happy for me to wait, put a motion without notice. And certainly as somebody with a 20+ year background in psychology, I completely agree that the impact of no acceptors on voting machines is extremely detrimental to the community and to people who are already very vulnerable. And if the council decides to move this way, I would certainly be more than happy to write a letter as such to our local member. But let's move on to questions on notice, and we'll pick this up again on motions without notice. So the questions on the notice are just those questions that you put to us at the last meeting, Councillor Charles. So there, and we don't need to go through individually, but I hope I've answered your questions.
There is one more, and that's the response. There is a response there that says the council of administration will receive a resolution of council to list all no staff resources currently available and so on and so forth. And so I'd like to comment on that because my comment that put forward a motion to see whether the council would have an interest in having that looked at. And I'll just
That
speak.
would be a motion without notice. You can do it when we get to there is a motion on notice. Oh, we've done that one, the beachside markets. There are no questions without notice that I'm aware of.
Mayor Jenkins, you asked me to refer to questions without notice to an issue that the CEO raised when Councillor Robertson spoke about the agenda items in our agenda papers. She mentioned that she may be wanting to remove those items. I thought the answer for the agenda paper we need a resolution to remove those items off the agenda paper since we've got it.
I don't take that question on notice. Have a look and see how there's a way I can improve the agenda so I don't have the same recurring problem. If I need to bring it back to the chamber to amend it, I will. If not, I'll advise you accordingly.
We have a motion on notice in relation to the community garden, 44 Adelaide Road, Macracker. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice. And this is a motion on notice from Marion Henderson regarding the establishment of the community garden at 44 Adelaide Road, Macracker. Would someone like to move that first recommendation? Councillor Henderson has seconded that. Thank you, Councillor Whitley. Either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the motion? No. All those in favour of the motion on notice? Sorry, all those in favour, hands up. Thank you very much. Thanks. Do you know where we are? It's page 348, 20.2, motion on notice. Councillor Henderson, would you like to propose your motion, noting that there is an alternative recommendation proposed by administration that you can also amend if you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do propose an alternative recommendation by administration, but I would like a slight variation to that, so that it reads that along with the left line, along with other potential uses, for example, as youth centre/community centre.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. From the early discussions about the possible purchase of this piece of real estate, I put forward the idea of a community garden there, and then as we have had many discussions throughout the process, I think the consensus in the room is fairly general that we use it as a community, the whole property as a community centre, and it was suggested that it would be a good site for a community centre that involves youth. We do have other community centres in our council area, the Old Schoolhouse and Carrakalinga House, that are mainly used by senior people in our community, and the youth of this community have been shouting out for many years for the space that they can use. So if we could provide something for that demographic in our council area, I think that would be an excellent thing to do, and the location is ideal for that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do you want to second that? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Do you want to speak?
Yes, look, again, I agree with Councillor Henderson. I think we made an excellent youth centre, and we could also include that in training, so the youth actually do the garden up and do some training to make it useful for themselves training. It allows them to have an input into it, so they have more ownership and pride.
Just a question on clarity. Did this come out of confidence? This property? Yes, okay, thank you for that. I was going to support this motion, the alternative one, because it gives a scope, a bigger picture, to lock us into a youth centre and things like that. It's not maybe what we should be looking at. I think we need the opportunity to do master planning. We understand the Aboriginal community like their own centre, building for themselves as well, so I won't be supporting this motion as it's written. It narrows our opportunity of master planning. So I think we just had a good motion there, now it's just been killed.
Just for clarification, the motion talks about the master plan as a community garden along with other potential uses. For example, let's just use that for example, community centre in the context of its locality. So in developing the master plan, I would envisage that other uses such as the Aboriginal community or other uses would be as part of that. I think this has been used as an example of the master plan. Is that correct, Councillor Henderson? Or have I got it wrong?
Yes, that's my intention, that it's still fairly open in general.
I just believe that when you start putting things in motion, as it becomes reality, because it's written in motion. So I prefer to, well, I won't be supporting it as it's written at this stage, because I think it's
Thank you. Does anybody else, Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. The purchase of this land, whilst I was in favour of it due to the expense and then the southern nature, I do understand that it was an opportunistic purchase because of the locality and because of the opportunity to purchase the land. However, I believe maybe it wasn't the consensus, but at the time I thought that I guess it was opportunistic, but it wasn't going to be developed straight away because as we have seen when we're going through our long-term financial plan, there is a lot of work coming up. There's a lot already on the books, and there's a lot already on master plan, such as the recreation centre, for example. And I'm worried, I have the worry that if we start progressing too many things at once, the appetite for all of these other developments may dwindle and we may lose out in the long term. That's my worry with respect to that. I do support the plan for a youth centre or a centre where we can, a community garden. I think they are excellent ideas, and I know we've got the newly established community garden at Top H already. Whilst a youth centre would be good, as a youth, I think that if we had the choice between a youth centre or a new recreation centre, I believe that there would be a lot more youth that would be in support of the new recreation centre that would not just be for youth but the entire community. So taking note of those things, and I respect the motion. I think it's too soon to start this process because we know that once things start getting started, they just tend to go.
I actually wasn't responding to Councillor Mann's debate. I just wanted to clarify that there may be misunderstanding of the motion. The motion is actually the council preparation of the master plan. So it's still come back to you as part of your budget. Plant funds in the budget for 2021 to do the master plan. This is not endorsing you to do the master plan. It's to consider whether you put funds in to do a master plan next financial year. So you've got a little way to go yet. So I just want to clarify that.
Let's wait and do it then.
Does somebody else want to speak? Councillor Charles and then Councillor Robertson.
It's clearly an excellent location for youth, older people, garden. It's right there in the reserve, close to the people in the Bracken area, close to a school. There's a big reserve around it. And we were going to consider or keep the tenants in the house for a long period of time. And that would be offsetting substantial property and great depth to that. And so something could be created. And I think that in the long term would be great. It would be good to be able to meld the older people with the younger people too, if possible. So if purpose to develop the place, combine both youth and older people. I'm not talking about geriatrics, for mutual understanding and welfare and for the older people experience other things. So I think we really need to look at
Thank you, Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Whitley.
Firstly, a quick question to Director Penthouse. I didn't get the answer from what Councillor Charles said. Is the property presently leased as an occupant, and it's for the whole site, for the whole yes, currently leased. I think that Councillor Henderson is accepting the council's proposal here is that basically, you know, that it says here on the back in the budget indication, page 351, there are sufficient funds for commencing planning in the current budget. Master planning for the site is recommended for inclusion in the 2021 budget deliberations, as was the CEO was just announced. So it looked like the garden wouldn't get going until the very earliest spring of
idea, the concept of the community garden has a great deal of merit, and thank you, Councillor Henderson, for spelling out some of those more in the background, some more of those merits in the background. There's certain things there I hadn't considered, and I've been involved in seeing how well community gardens work. So I do think that the reading of the motion that's up there, we do have other opportunities to bring it back to the table and consider it. With that, so at this point in time, this is one of this motion, but I'm happy for it to be floated, and I'm happy for it to come back in our planning processes where we have another opportunity to have a look at it and see where things sit at that stage, at that point in time.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I agree with the points made by and while, like as the man said, I wasn't in favour of this purchase, at this stage, I think the knowledge of the community to put it in context of the is the right time. I think this council is trying to achieve a lot, and achieve a lot by the end of this term. But I think priority should lie in those things that we have started.
With the original administration suggestion without the addition of words, but I think some of the councillors are actually missing the point of this motion. The point of this motion is simply to earmark this purchase for the purposes for which we rationalised making that purchase in the first place. So the whole discussion around our rationale for buying that property was so that we could offer something to our community in that space. The point of this motion is to make sure this area of land is earmarked for that purpose, for community purposes, and so that it's not lost in the paperwork along the way by the time we decide to raise it as a budget item. That is the purpose of this motion. Otherwise, we don't have specific designation as to what is going to happen to this land. So, I rest my case.
Thank you. I now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's lost. Can I have a division, please? Those in favour? Councillor Henderson? Crozier Hill State Planning Review. The first recommendation is the council receive and note the motion on notice report regarding Crozier Hill Estate Planning Review. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to talk to the report? All those in favour? to your motion. And note that there is an alternative recommendation proposed by administration there as well.
Yes, I'm delighted to support the administration recommendation proposed and the insurance assessment result. I'd like to speak to this. I abided by the requested moratorium with no questions since the 24th of September 2018, 14 months ago. And you'll see the commentary printed in this agenda by me. I would also like to make a correction. The commentary, I believe, the tone and sense of my commentary is clear and evident and reveals my concern for the reputation of this council and importantly to me, my own. Every person who is agreed with the quality of my statement, I'm certain, finds this issue brought to a satisfactory conclusion. In my commentary, my proofreading is not perfect. I am perhaps right and know before negligent mismanagement, and the word investigation before has thoroughly occurred, see page 365. However, in the risk assessment of the employee safety, public safety, it states ongoing scrutiny of allegations, imputation of wrongdoing and possible defamation, and legal action regarding to allegations, imputation of wrongdoing and possible defamation. I personally believe this to be a veiled threat direct to myself, effectively warning me to back off from my scrutiny and questioning on an issue that was being thought out long before I became an elected member. If this is the case, then I take offence to being what I believe to be threatened for my lawful actions and responsibilities to the community as an elected member. In the minutes, please.
You need a resolution from the chamber if you'd like a personal explanation according to the minutes.
Thank you. We've got a motion at present, so perhaps after that.
After that, sure. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Charles's motion? Correct. And so you're seconding that, Councillor Robertson? I'll just ask CEO to respond to the comments made by Councillor Charles.
Councillor Charles, as the author of the report responding to your commentary, unknown to me until you've just stated it here, there was no note before negligence maladministration, so I read it as I received it, and it wasn't a personal direction at you, and the risk assessment was the same risk assessment that I provided prior to putting up a decision or seeking a decision at this chamber to undertake the FIFE report. So if you go back and look at that report, the same risk assessment was done, very, very similar, if not the same words were given in terms of going back down that avenue. So it certainly was not directed at you personally. It was directed in regards to an avenue that this council or this chamber chose to choose that path.
Thank you very much for that. It's not the first time that's been used. I know the previous CEO quite often quoted those words. I quite frankly quite sick of hearing it.
We've had mover and seconder. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Kemp?
I do have some concerns because I think the alternative motion is way totally opposite to the original motion by Councillor Charles. Mr. Andrew Harrison QC, his investigation may not go anywhere near what Councillor Charles is trying to seek through his motion. So I guess that's the way it sits at the moment. I guess it may be revisited later on depending on what comes out. So I think all we're doing is just delaying it. Sorry, Mayor Jenkins, I forgot something else. And what I was going to say also was about, in the commentary, it talks about another important to clarify, there's numerous statutory reports and investigations for such allegations over several years with many adverse findings against senior staff of council. Is there a list of how many statutory reports and investigations have been undertaken? Is that can be provided to the chamber?
I'll provide it to elected members, yes. And I also would like to respond to your question in regards to ongoing. The investigation with the mutual liability scheme is still ongoing. I provided an update to Mr. Blatchford just recently, because that's the main questions are coming from. And I apologise, and I said it has gone on longer than expected. The mutual liability scheme have only been investigating this matter under their remit for the last 8 months. I started here with this council last year in January and commenced the FIFE investigation. It wasn't during that time there was any moratorium on questions coming forward. We were still receiving them. It was only at the time of the mutual liability investigations being undertaken and this council seeking liability that we handed those requirements over to the scheme, and that was publicly relayed and has been articulated to our community throughout this whole process. So I think sometimes the time spans seem to be exaggerated a bit in terms of that role and responsibilities. I know it's taken longer, but this is a matter that has been 20 years of data material and research and administrations and councils that have been thoroughly gone through, and I know it is nearing completion, and I would like to give the members a verbal update when we are in confidence later in the evening.
Does anybody else want to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Charles, would you like to close the debate?
Yes, in just not introducing anything new, but I don't believe I am anyway. But back when we set the terms of reference for the FIFE report, I had an additional thing that I added because I was just so stunned and amazed that 3 councillors who had steadfastly resisted any investigation for 4 long years actually changed camp and decided to vote unanimously. And I didn't look closely at the terms of reference at the time, but I did have the sense to add that with the approval of the Chief Executive Officer, the terms of reference can be varied in the event that a particular line of inquiry is recommended by the independent consultant during the process. And perhaps just by luck, there's a road on lot 25 which is causing a dam effect and affecting one of the properties, and that's the reason why that 25 may be investigated a little bit more thoroughly. But I understand this is just an insurance assessment. They may turn up something, but they're not looking for it. This is all about an insurance assessment.
Charles, I'll put the recommendation to council now. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Motion on notice, meeting procedure at ordinary meeting of council. Councillor Peter Charles. The first recommendation that council receive and note the motion on notice report regarding meeting procedures at the meeting of council in July 2019. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson. Seconded by Councillor Charles. Do you want to speak to that receiving and noting it, Councillor Robertson? No. Councillor Charles? Anybody? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion?
Well, there's a couple of parts to this. Do I read the motion or do I just go on with what I believe? I suppose I've got time to read it. That the meeting of the City of Victor Harbor Council held on the 22nd of July 2019, the Mayor enacted a breach of meeting procedure by gaining approval for the meeting to move out of the meeting procedures, after which the meeting was never moved back into meeting procedure, resulting in the remainder of the meeting being conducted out of meeting procedures. Now, there's been plenty written on this, and I'm sure everybody's read it and have their views on it. My recommendation was here in part 3 that the matter be referred to the Minister of Local Government, the Honourable Stephen Knoll, MP, for Crown law advice, along with the supporting documentation provided by myself and of course from administration. What I really would like to say is I do not seek legal advice, which has been the recommendation of the administration. I seek a ruling, a determination from the Minister of Local Government. I believe the Honourable Minister Stephen Knoll's department will not have to undertake a long investigation to advise the Victor Harbor Council as to whether Victor Harbor Council must abide by the Local Government Act and its amendments of 1999 or not. Crown Law Department may well have a heavy workload, but I'm certain this would be one of the quickest replies. One, it is true that there is a precedent. The representative of this council asked the Honourable this is a question. One, is it true there is a precedent the representative of this council asked the Honourable Minister Stephen Knoll's advice in the past?
Oh, but you were going to answer that, sorry. No, I beg your pardon, sorry, I thought the CEO was going to answer that. No, there isn't. I did write to David Basham to seek some advice from him as our local member in relation to the Records Management Act. I haven't asked Mr. Stephen Knoll for any advice.
Sorry, it was my understanding I wrote to Stephen Knoll first and then to the local member, David Basham, the Honourable David Basham, to get advice from the Minister.
No, I wrote
and you got a successful outcome, didn't you?
I got a letter back from him and he said that from my understanding that the Minister could not provide us any legal advice because that wasn't his role. However, he felt that the previous 2 lots of legal advice that we had got from our lawyers was correct.
This was about opening of councillors' private mail.
This was about the record management system, yes.
Okay. Well, I simply believe any breach of the Local Government Act is unlawful, and I know that full well because, you know, it doesn't matter how small or how tiny it is, more trivial perhaps, codes of conduct flow from these things. And I believe that this is something that needs to be clarified. And so I'm asking people to support the motion because we need the confidence of the community. Nothing more, nothing less. We can't just make rule and legislation ourselves. We are to follow legislation. So whichever way it goes is fine with me. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just clarify, is number 3 your motion and 2 just a preamble? So your motion is actually point 3?
Yeah, indeed, that's right.
So number 2 is just as part of your preamble?
Yes,
so
yes, that's the statistics, that's what happened, the chronological order.
Okay, yep. I'm just clarifying that for the elected members. So is there a seconder for Councillor Charles's motion? Councillor Kemp seconding that. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. There's an interesting piece of timing at that stage. None of us, look, I think it's just an error that was made on the night. No one picked up on it. But I guess when you look back on it and you go back and look at video recordings and of course, especially you know, the live stream, it's recorded, we can look at it. We never went back into meeting procedures technically, we didn't. Now, the reason why I say that is because at the city activation meeting just recently after Councillor Hales got appointed the chair, we went out of meeting procedures and he went back into meeting procedures and I put a point of order up and queried whether he could do that without the 2/3 vote and he said he can. But he said he preempted it by saying we're going back into meeting procedures, caused my point of order. That set the standard that we are back in meeting procedures. If that's not set, you know, we can miss things. And it wasn't done in any shape or form as a on purpose to do it for any reason. It's just an error was made. But technically, we weren't in meeting procedures. So anything that followed after that, it cannot be voted on or be taken as serious, because the Act is quite clear that if you're not back in meeting procedures, you cannot vote. It can't be counted. Technically, we weren't back in meeting procedures because it wasn't declared that we were going back in there, and that's the precursor to warn elected members. We're now moving out of out of that discussion back into meeting procedures. It's just unfortunate it wasn't declared that way. Making out that we voted is really a long bow to say that, gee, we're back in meeting procedures. I just don't think we clicked as a group to realise that we didn't really officially go back into meeting procedures. So it is a technicality, and I think that the reason why I support this is to get a ruling from as Councillor Charles has recommended, and the reasons why he wants to get a ruling. So that's the reason why, because of the technicality of it.
Would anybody else like to speak to this? Councillor Mann.
Just a question, Mayor Jenkins, thank you. I was just wondering if the CEO has any more to add in relation to a reply to, I guess, what's been said, and then elaborate whether there's any more that's been included in the commentary. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, I have explained in detail in the email exchange between Councillor Charles and myself in regards to my thoughts of the situation and why that's not totally articulated within the council report. I am of the belief that I've said I felt the process was sloppy and could have been done better, but the Mayor at the time had articulated why what she was actually suspending the standing orders for was to undertake the ballot, and when the ballot was completed, and to use the terms, we now move back to recommendation 3, if I recall, because I've looked at the video several times and reviewed the matter several times. While it was sloppy, and I acknowledge that, it was very clear that that process had completed and we were moving back into standing orders. So while I agree with Councillor Kemp and even with Councillor Charles that it wasn't done to the T, I believe it was very clear what was actually occurring and the intent was clear of the chamber. So I would find it very unlikely that any of those decisions made thereafter were not lawful decisions, because it wasn't the belief that the chamber knew what they were doing. I believe there's a really strong lesson to be learnt that we need to be clear about our procedures, self-regulate each other, pick each other up when we do see that something's not quite right, to articulate it. But I'm, as I said in my email back to Councillor Charles, I'm very happy to be guided by the chamber if you feel and you would prefer me to write to the Minister or get further legal advice to provide that clarity to all of you.
Is there any further debate on this, Councillor Charles?
Yeah, just closing.
Well, sorry, Councillor Robinson just put his hand up.
Yeah, look, on this one I agree with the CEO on this. I know exactly what the answer is going to be from the Minister of Local Government, or from the Crown Law Department, and that is that, yeah, it was technically illegal, but it was a mistake. Everyone's admitted that that it was. We knew, we all realised, what happened. But I don't think that we need to confirm what to me is very clear. That yeah, it wasn't proper, but it was a mistake, and we need to improve. But I don't know that we need to go back to it might indeed be seen as one of those things that I don't know how many councillors from here attended the first meeting of the ICAC up in Adelaide, which was, who was it? Anyway, the head of ICAC plus the guy that was I think it was the Ombudsman, who was saying that, vexatious sort of, this is not vexatious, I mean, it's a serious business, but I guess minor errors and that, but floating up to Adelaide. And yeah, I take it as being a minor area that I fully take on board what Councillor Charles is saying, but the Minister of Crown Law is going to say was illegal, but like a lot of law, it's what was the intent behind it? It's, the consequence is right intentional.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Before you close, Councillor Charles, I might say a couple of things too. And I'd certainly agree that, you know, looking back at the video, I did fail to articulate I'm now returning to standard orders or formal meeting procedures. I did say something to the effect of now we go back to recommendation, blah, blah. I believe that all members realise that we have moved back into formal meeting procedure. As there was a motion on table, people seconded it, but it was moved motions, seconded motions, debated within a formal meeting procedure without me having to say we were at formal meeting procedures. No one questioned at the time, raised a point of order or anything. I'm satisfied that if someone would have raised a point of order or said they were confused, they would have done that. But to elected members, I will endeavour to make sure in future I utilise more formal and technical language in future. And I think that if you brought it to my attention, you know, as soon as you'd found out and just let me know, that probably would have sufficed. If you want it to be sent to the Minister, I'm more than happy for you to send it to the Minister if that's what you need to do. But I'd also like to remind you that, you know, we all at times, and even during this meeting, people have perhaps not used the right thing, or I've given you some leeway in various things, and we need to work together as a team. So absolutely, if you want to send it to the Minister, please do so. But in future, if you think that I've done something incorrectly, just as if I'm asked, you know, to ask you if you've done something incorrectly, not to do it again, please come and let me know, rather than, you know, making things bigger and more work for the administration as anything else, because no one's perfect. Sorry, Councillor Charles, please wrap up.
The difference between giving a little bit of leeway here and there is starkly different from where the legislation says that there is no meaning. It has no meaning, it has no strength whatsoever. A motion, whilst out of meeting procedure, has no status whatsoever. It never happened. That's the issue that we're discussing here tonight. Now, I didn't do this to stir people up. I didn't discover it until October, when I took it to the CEO. The CEO, I would have imagined, being right next door to your office, would have had the discussion with you, but perhaps she didn't. So if you were surprised to discover this only recently, when I started to put things up, or it started to come out into the open, well then fine. All I can say is that if in fact it can't just be scuffed to one side, then we could have made decisions like the purchase of the place in the City Activation Strategic Committee meeting, of the place we've just been speaking about on the Adelaide Road, and that contract may not be legally valid, or the person who, other things that we've done in confidence and so on, that people may find a way of getting out of it, because that's what is possible. So I'm just asking for the thing to be sorted out, and what is the difficulty with the council asking the Minister for clarification and his blessing, whatever it may be? No, it's all right. Then let the whole lot fall on his head and not ours. I end it.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's lost. Thank you. We now move on to item 21, motions without notice. And Councillor Charles, you've got this motion in relation to writing to the member for Finnis, David Basham, to express our council's disappointment at the passing of legislation allowing note acceptors on poker machines. I'll pass that to Karina to write down. Are there any other motions on notice? Motions without notice? I noticed you did speak to that motion earlier on. Did you have anything extra you want to say?
I'd like the council, because we need a vote for a resolution. That's another one. A resolution that my explanation be recorded in the minutes.
Yeah.
So I'll bring that up. Thank you. And of course we've got the Fife report one. Motion on notice. There's a few here. I'm sorry to keep you all up out of bed tonight, and I've got another one that you don't even know about at the present moment. I'll just bring it all up to you.
Councillor Charles, your motion without notice that for the sake of open and transparent council, you request that the Fife report be available on council website. It is on council website.
Well, if you want to deal with that one first, but I understood that Karina is typing up the one you recommended to her first, but that's a motion here that I'd like to raise, motion without notice. And yes, we can discuss where it is, how easy it is to find, and so on.
Councillor Charles, I'll take them on notice, except for this one which we've previously discussed, and the one that's requesting that you put your explanation in the minutes of this meeting. But the other two I'll take on notice, and the answers we can vote on them at the next council meeting. I'm aware we've still got quite a lot of work to get through tonight. So if we take this motion without notice that you've got up there at the moment, do you have a second? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Little? Thank you. Do you want to speak to that again, Councillor Charles? I know you spoke to it previously.
No, it's saving time. It's self-explanatory. I think if everybody can read it, I think they would support it.
Yep. Councillor Little, do you want to say anything? No. Does anybody want to speak to this at all? No, in that case then I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. So The other one in relation to your personal explanation, what you would do in relation to that is just, you need a mover and a seconder, and to vote that your personal explanation in relation to item 20.4 be included in the minutes.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do you want to speak to it at all, Councillor Charles?
No, I just think that would be standard practice. I've given an explanation. I think everybody knows that I am not all the best public speaker, and I write everything down. And I think when we all read things, sometimes we read what we think we've got there, and then when you go over it again, you find you haven't. And it wasn't until I saw it in the agenda I actually noticed what was missing. Because the whole context of what I wrote was completely contrary to the way that section read.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, did you want to say anything?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I just think it's the right of an elected member, if they want something noted in the minutes of a commentary that they've made, I think they should give that opportunity and have that right to do so. As elected members, I think we should at times get things minuted so there is a true record of what's being said.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion without notice? Councillor Mann.
As Councillor Charles has outlined, that there was the mistakes made in the original motion and original preamble, and then the reply that was given to that was based off of that, and then the reply that Councillor Charles has given was based off of that reply, and then I guess we find out that the first one was incorrect in the statements. There were those errors, which is fine. You know, everyone makes mistakes, and I'm not condemning that at all, but I think in terms of being a true record, if it's not true, if the reply was different too because of the intent of what was supposed to be written, I don't know if it's fair to include an explanation that wouldn't have necessarily been needed or had or been expressed because there was the original error. It's a confusing process, but that's just my view, so I don't think I'll be supporting this one.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Charles, do you want to close debate?
Yeah, I'll just clarify for Councillor Mann. This was just my reply to our CEO Victoria, where I wrote copious amount of paperwork, and just in one particular paragraph I missed out 2 words. I didn't proofread it thoroughly, and sometimes when you do proofread it, you don't see it. It was nothing to do with the motion whatsoever. It was just a counter reply after counter reply after counter reply that we were going through.
I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, can we, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, okay. Those against? That's carried, thank you. The other 2 motions I'll take as motions on notice, Councillor Charles. We now move into confidential items, and what I'll...
Excuse me, Mayor Jenkins.
Yep.
I was wondering if we could move 22.5.
Yeah, that's it. Just wait. Thank you. And what I'll do is I'll bring forward item 22.5 to be the first item in confidence that we deal with, because when this came to the CASPAC meeting, there was a tied vote, and so it needed to be brought back to council, and so I'll do that because there was some people not sure whether it needed to be in confidence, and if it doesn't go into confidence, then the gallery might like to stay. So if we turn to 22.5. 22.5, which is the McKinley Street Parking Precinct update. And the recommendation on the table is that pursuant to section 90.2 of the Local Government Act 1999, the public be excluded from attendance at the meeting for this agenda item, with the exception of the Chief Executive Officer, the Director of Community and Development, Director of Environment and Infrastructure, Director of Corporate and Customer Services, Group Manager Governance and Finance, and Executive Assistant. The Council is satisfied that pursuant to Section 93B of the Act, the information to be received, discussed or considered in relation to the agenda item is information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the Council is conducting or proposing to conduct business or to prejudice the commercial position of Council. In addition, the disclosure of this information would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest. The public interest in the public access to the meeting has been balanced against the public interest in the continued non-disclosure of the information. The benefit to the public at large resulting from withholding the information outweighs the benefit of it to disclosing the information. The Council is satisfied that the principle that the meeting be conducted in a place open to the public has been outweighed in these circumstances because the information could jeopardise the commercial position of third parties. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Robertson. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hales? Councillor Robertson. Anybody like to speak to it? Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, well, I want to speak very strongly against this again. There is some significant projects being undertaken at the moment by the Council, and some of which will have a serious effect on our community and businesses in Victor Harbor in relation to parking, and I believe that we need to keep our community informed, and rather than keep this from them in confidence, we need to include them and seek their opinions on this very important issue. So this should not be going into confidence. We should be, as I say, doing the reverse. I hope members support that. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question to the CEO. As I was on leave and missed the CASPAC meeting, I'm a bit confused about why this issue of confidentiality is being called into question. Am I right in my understanding that this process is starting and it's a lot further back than other processes that we're looking at, and there needs to be a lot more work and research and those confidential business and partnership discussions before we go out and go to the public with the different things? And I'm definitely in favour of the public consultation and getting the design and the input. But from my assessment of this, isn't it premature to go out to the public right now in this early stage?
Yeah, to be able to answer that question, the reason why the item was being considered in confidence, because there were matters that's within the report that have not been disclosed to the public, not all of it. The council's decision that it owns the property on McKinley Street and is looking to partner with the Anchorage in regards to that development around car parking is not confidential. And the council's vision for parking facilities on that site is not confidential. It was just looking at in the context of a number of other significant projects the council was looking at, and they are referenced in the report. So while I explained to the chamber at the time when we were having CASPAC, it may be that this report remains confidential. Your decision outside of this meeting would be open to the public. And the council can choose to resolve that way. But the council, in terms of its debate, if it has it out of confidence, it would just need to be a bit cautious as some of the things it considers and says during that debate. But it's not to say that you can't.
Councillor Kemp.
I'm sort of in agreement that, sometimes we don't need to go into confidence. I think we do go into confidence too often. And it gives an impression to the community that, we're not being open, caring and sharing with information. I refer back to the CEO's review panel, and there are times there where we get recommendations for that panel to go into confidence, and the panel says no. There's certain items that we can discuss, which the CEO agrees to, which, yes, that's what we should be doing. And I can't see why we can't break this up into two segments. One that which is free for discussion in front of the community, and there's certain competence in information for contracts and things like that, which may affect a third party, that goes back into confidence. So I think we should be able to be flexible enough to give opportunity for the community to hear some of the discussions, what we're looking at and some of the things that we're developing, you know, without betraying any confidential information. It's just a matter of, as the CEO said, we've got to be very articulate about it. But if the papers are drawn up in a certain way, what we can talk about and what we can't talk about, you know, it might be a little bit better for guidance. But I think, you know, at this stage, what I've read through here, there's a couple of items there, which yes, you've got to be very careful what you say, but overall, I think it's just giving an update of where we're at.
Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson, you seconded the motion and chose not to speak. I will give you some leeway, just as you will give me leeway at times, if you'd like to speak to it.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Glassbrook said or Councillor Kemp, but to me this particular item is one that is tied, its success and its viability are tied to a number of, are tied to more than any other one of the major projects we're looking at, are tied to having a very strong community support, for which initially I imagine they'll be close to zero. No one likes to have to fork out money to do something. And we were warned in the parking study that we needed to get on with paid parking as something that was necessary for the success of this. But this success of this also is...
Sorry, Councillor, can you stick to the motion on going into confidence? That's what the current motion is about. We need to stick to, are we going into confidence or are we not going into confidence?
Oh, yeah, I don't think we should be, on this particular item, is as long as we can separate what we can talk about in confidence and what we can't, I don't see that this needs to be in confidence, I agree.
Okay. Is there any, Councillor Littley?
I'm on the side of not going into confidence on this, but I'm also very aware that we have to tread with great care and delicately through it, because it is the first, this term of council and as a council, it's the first time that we've ventured down this path. So I hope that we all respect the fact that if we do choose not to go into confidence, that we treat it with that respect and that care that's required.
Councillor Mayne, you've already spoken on this. Have you got a question? Oh, that was a question before. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you for the feedback and the other elected members for bringing me up to date on those discussions. And I do agree that we can have discussions out of confidence and we have to be extra careful about that. But my belief with this one is that because of the importance of it and the I guess, strategic and the nature of it, that it would be better having full and frank open discussions about that. And that's not to exclude the community or not to have their input. I definitely encourage that. I just feel that something of this importance and it would be better to have those open discussions.
Sorry, Councillor Glassbrook, please refer any comments through the chair. Councillor Hales, did you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I think the issues within this report, while it is nice in theory to think that we as a chamber at 11:15 on a Monday night can separate them and talk intelligently about them, I think that we're all human, and naturally when talking about these things, one strays into the other, and we can't have that open, honest discussion about these big decisions without being able to talk about the full picture, and we won't be able to do that. We'll be able to have a veiled discussion where we're talking about things in half situations without mentioning the other half, because we can't talk about that, but we can talk about this, and second guessing. And I don't think that, I guess, the nature of the decision making here requires at this stage us to be able to thrash it out and properly make this decision. And so therefore I think that we do need to go into confidence.
Thank you. And can I just reiterate what the CEO said, is that the decision does not need to be in confidence. It's the discussion. So the public are able to know about the decision. So we have had Councillor Hales close the debate, and I will ask all those in favour of going into confidence. 2, 4, and those against going into confidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not going to go into confidence, so that's lost.
Excuse me, Mayor Jenkins.
Yep.
I'd like to move a motion for a good place. An alternative motion to what's on the agenda.
Yep, sure.
I think I'll make it easy for everybody, in my opinion. We don't have to worry about discussing what may or may not be correct. I would like to move that Council undertake public consultation regarding potential options for a multi-deck car park and paid parking in central Victor Harbor. I think it's crucial that we engage our community in this decision. This could have a detrimental effect on the businesses if it's not done correctly.
Sorry, Councillor Glasbrook, have you got that in writing?
No. Would you like me to read it again?
Yes, please, so we can get it on the screen.
That Council undertake public consultation regarding potential options for a multi-deck car park and paid parking in central Victor Harbor. So, yeah, as I was saying, it's critically important because this will could have detrimental effect on our town centre. We've already got businesses going up the top of the hill, and Gold Central, we've got the businesses of Victor Harbor struggling. I know that we've mentioned that we won't have to charge our residents maybe to park on the main street, or maybe we'll do the Thursday half an hour free or whatever, but let's have that let's have that discussion with our community. It's obviously that's what we should be doing, and get their feedback, bring them along on the journey. It's going to be very controversial. So let's just do it as one, as council and the community working together for the best outcomes of Victor Harbor. That's what it's all about. So that'll do for now. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mann? Yes, sorry. No? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Robertson, thank you. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I think it's an excellent motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mann?
Just a question. What are these options, the potential options, and what are we going out to the community with? I completely agree with Councillor Glasbrook that we need to involve the community in this process and that we need to have this open and transparent discussion, but I don't know whether there's been options that have been created in the past 3 weeks and what those look like, and whether that's design work or whether we do need to stick with maybe part of the original one that says council commence a process that seeks design and construction of types of proposals, which we then could go out with. But I don't know if it's too premature to go out to public consultation without options, or at least some direction about what it's going to look like. Thanks.
Well, the options that I'm aware of is, and as far as the community knows, there's been a proposal put to the council by the Anchorage for them to develop a 260-odd car park at the expense of the Anchorage. Well, as we all know, that since that has happened, we've been discussing, whether we should make the park a little bit bigger, or whether we should fill the whole area with car park, whether we should have commercial opportunities downstairs, all of which would be very, very expensive. and cost the community, and would make it so that we would have to have paid parking. We could, and the community could just say, well, let's just let the Anchorage build a car park and let's not have paid parking. Let's go on as we are. This is great. We're happy like this now. We're not ready for this now. Our businesses are struggling. We don't want to push people away from the main street. That could be what could come back, and that could work perfectly well. We don't have to spend millions of dollars on a great big car park at the moment. In time we will. But if you recall, the first time this came up, I said that we are not ready for this. Victor Harbor is not ready for this. And Victor Harbor is not ready for it yet. And certainly by keeping the fact, particularly that paid parking could be on the radar in confidence, would be detrimental and give the community a negative experience with council. We don't want that.
Are you, sorry, okay. Can I just clarify, there's item recommendation number 4 in here, that council commence a process that seeks design and construct type proposals from the private development sector. Did you want to include, I'm just wondering if your recommendation, which I think is a great recommendation, but whether or not it's too wide, whether it needs to narrow its scope so there's something to start with, whether or not you want to include option 4 with that.
Well, my opinion from our earlier meetings, option 4 was for us to go out to private contractors and architects in confidence.
No.
Well, it certainly was.
Well, it's certainly not in confidence now.
No, it's not in confidence now.
But would that be something that you'd want to include with your motion?
Well, that could be, someone could move that motion afterwards. There's no reason why that can be a separate motion. I'm desperate for this to go out to public consultation.
Yep. Okay.
For people to have input.
Yep, great. Councillor Mann, did you ask a question before? Did you, another question?
So if, let's say rhetorically, this motion goes up,
yep.
I'm just wondering, I completely agree with Councillor Glasbrook about going out to public consultation, but do we have anything to go out to public consultation with, so the community can make an informed decision on which way they want to go with, what those costings look like? I think it's great to consult and get the views of the public, but if they're not being able to make an informed decision based on information's costings, what the private funding and what private businesses are willing to do, I think then it gets a bit difficult for them to make that informed decision and then for us to be able to use their decision and then go forward on that. That's where my worry is.
Sorry, Councillor Mann, I think that was a question. My answer to your question would be that point 4 was the beginning of public consultation. So if point 4, if somebody recommends point 4, if this motion goes up, recommends point 4, then the public consultation would come after that. So the public would be consulting on the different designs and the different options that are brought to council following the resolution in point 4, and then that might get changed depending on what the public wants. So Councillor Glasbrook's motion may come up, but then somebody may move point 4, in which case probably point 4 would have to happen before Councillor Glasbrook's public consultation. Would that be correct? Would that be correct, Graham?
Yeah, sorry, through the Mayor. So the intent of 4 was to go out for expressions of interest around the type of proposal and how it could be run, operated, what sort of facilities it could contain, and how it could be owned and managed by the council. It wasn't about constructing it, it was looking at the options of what could be, creates the options, which then, rightly so, need to go to the community about what are their thoughts on these options, which options should the council look to consider further, invest in further, and in what sort of type of investment, because we're also looking at opportunities for business models whether there's public-private partnerships, other operating models. That's what the expressions of interest out to the private development market was looking to do. And yes, as part of that, I think once we have those options, engaging with our community, which would then complement and talk to the traffic management study and the parking strategy and the documents that the council has already had in place.
Councillor Schofield.
Look, I'd like to move a motion.
We've already got a motion on the
We
table.
have got a motion? Okay.
Yeah. So councillor Glassbrook's motion
All right. Okay.
is on the table.
I just want to say that I agree with Councillor Mann, because if we just go out to public consultation with nothing, then we're going to have people won't know what we're talking about, they'll be confused. We need to go out with a foundation which our community can build on. The same as we've done with the town centre, we went out with some basic design and we got feedback from the community on how they want that to go, what they thought they could see, what we needed to add into it. And I think this is exactly the same. That we need something to give them an idea of what we are considering. And they will come back with ideas, and we might get something absolutely fantastic out of it. But it needs to be a foundation in which we can build on.
Councillor Kemp, then councillor
I think what comes first, the chicken or the egg. It comes back to the point that I think what the councillor does trying to achieve through this public consultation process is how big is the project going to be, because if we're going to have a larger one, it must be deferred from the Anchorage proposal. You know, we're going to charge our community car parking fees, so we're going to put car parking meters or fees down in Ocean Street around those areas. So I think it's really giving feedback to the community. If you want this multi-storey car park, we will certainly go the Anchorage process, but if you want a bigger one again, then what's the impact on the community where car park? So if the community comes back and says that we don't want paid car park, that makes it excellent. You know, so I think it's really getting the community's feedback on whether we stick with the Anchorage style car parking to support parking is not an issue. We can make it determine whether we go ahead or not go ahead. And then we have later on. I think we need to get more back from the community. I'm not quite sure what the feedback was on the car parking strategy for Victor Harbour a few years ago. What the feedback was there as car parking continued to restrict this town to pay for it. So I think I support this one just to get the feedback from the community on how they feel about car parking. And I believe the size of car parking, how that of course, it's all about public consultation documentation. Will come to us first if we're happy with what's being asked, the questions being asked, and the parameters that are set. We'll go out and not have to
Councillor Kemp, so we talk about a foundation to go out with public consultation for the public to then react to or respond to. Does that need to be a drawing? I don't think so. I think it's a spoken word of what we're faced with at the moment. We know that we've got a $50 million development in Anchorage that's going to require so many car parks. We know that we have parking issues in Harbour, and we know that we have we need to support businesses that can develop. We also know that our businesses have challenges around that. If we went out to public bar. No, I think that the foundation is in the knowledge that we all hold already, and it's the daily use of our town. How over the past 30, 40, 50 years we've seen our town grow. That's where you're going to get your responses from the public. It's how do we take this next big step into that multi-storey car park, or do we promote further what we're already have as far as Anchorage style multi-storey car park?
Good question, Councillor Mayor.
Question to Councillors Robertson and would you be willing to change the current motion to incorporate more of the original number 4, that there is some research, design, or at least options generated? Because do you believe that if we went out to public consultation with statements like, do you support paid parking at Victor Harbour, that would be an overwhelming no, and this development that is needed for the future of Victor Harbour, economic development in the hotel, might not go up because of that simplistic consultation?
I certainly don't believe in using paid parking as a good idea. It might be one of the St Charles. It's a bit like 2 on an St John's symbol, of course. So no, I don't believe it. I think we should. We have options to to us. There have been several options presented to us with different styles and also stuff. And just have a extend it to flanges, commercial downstairs. We have had options put to us. We put those out, and we say that if we choose to spend lots of money on a multi-hit car park, one of the options that would be paid parking. What do you think of that? I want to know what you think. I don't tell them what to think. And that's why I don't like, quite often we do design and it's actually finalised.
Sorry, Councillor, can you answer your question succinctly? It feels like you're going further onto your debate.
I'm trying to explain that there's a lot of smart people out there in the community. If we don't spend people, they could tell us what they think. They could look at what we really got. They can say, yes, it's good, no, it's not. I think you should do what you think for that.
Can the purchaser of logs have some owners at the time? What I see is that I need to share people possibly here. We're a bit outside the bag right now. Time's scribbling quickly, rapidly, and that's South Coast Valley. Everybody's still awake at home and still eating popcorn, I doubt. But cat's out of the bag.
Councillor Charles, can you please speak to the motion?
Well, I am, and I'm just saying, whether you decide tonight, it would be good to give a little bit more background. The background is this. People may think that paid parking will just be confined to the parking building, the new multi-storey building, but paid parking will be throughout the town. That's what is necessary to get people to use the car park properties. As people are not go in the car park and pay money whilst they can conceivably hope that they can find a place down the street, so they drive around and round looking for a park. I don't believe the CBD, until the CBD development is redone, or redevelopment, I don't think we need anything, but that is, we all think that it will be on us anyway. What's going to be another 15 years and it'll all be done, everything Wall Street. The reduction of car parks that we've seen and are seeing with this new development is because we're making beautification demonstration and explanation authority. There's also the fact that in due course, the plan or the hope is, the aspiration is to take the Esplanade car park and return it to public space with lawns and what have you. So that's another slice gone. I can't remember how many car parks have been going in, but I think we're talking
Charles, I think it's important to let the community know, if you are saying this for the community's benefit, that none of these ideas that you're talking about have been resolved with council or are in council resolutions. They're options that have been discussed at various times, but I think it would be foolhardy for us to tell the community that this is what we're doing when it sort of that effect.
aspirations, hopes, that sort of thing. Maybe that's not clear enough. You'd need a dictionary for some people, but these are only thoughts. But you know, any practical, common sense person knows that the car park unless you make other alterations and changes. And that's probably all I really have to say. The cat's out of the bag right now. That's it. So we do have to let the community know where they'll be. We'll guide them, and we're going to, without any doubt whatsoever, force more people or encourage more people to shop out of town than to park in the main street. Only the city and the tourist people will understand what a car park is for and use it and be thankful for it.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to answer my point of view what Councillor Mann said about item 4. I definitely would think that it's possible to include the content of item 4 into a community consultation process. In reverse, I think I might be asking them what do they think about this particular process. And that if we need clever enough administration, clever enough people that can make the community consultation process not one of a zero-sum game like would you agree to pay parking? The answer, of course, is no. So I think the administration is quite capable of putting together an informative, interesting process and agenda for going out to community consultation.
If there's nobody else that wants to speak, I'll ask Councillor Glazebrook to close the vote. Did you want to say anything, Councillor Holmes? No, Councillor Glazebrook.
Just very quickly, I'd be happy for item 4 to be moved. I'd even move myself if I like. I can't see why I can't just work in unison. The community can give us feedback, and we can get feedback from private businesses. It does it, so I'm happy to accept that. As a second motion after this one.
All right, I'll put Councillor Glazebrook's motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. So we now go to item 2, that council received a note in McKinley Street parking precinct update report. Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson, do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? It's receiving a note in the report. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We have recommendation 3, that council negotiate and prepare a developer contribution agreement with the Anchorage development. So this is with the Anchorage for the purpose of achieving mutually beneficial outcomes for both parties with respect to the car park development. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield and... I think we need to get an agreement with the Anchorage. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say with the public go through a public
lead the development of the Anchorage. Part of my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that part of their planning was that the development and the car park went hand in hand. And it was my impression, and I could be wrong, that in any discussions and that we've been undertaking up until now has included the plans for both the Anchorage and the parking. So if our community say no, then we've virtually killed the Anchorage development.
Through the Mayor, I think you've asked that question in the manner that the last one was answered, and that is that the Crown, the Anchorage can't proceed without council, without landowner approval, which is council enforced for the car park. It could proceed on spec to commence to build a development that they could never occupy because both the parking and the development go hand in glove. So I don't know that I expect that they've taken the risk. So essentially the development can't proceed without the agreement of council. It's the landowner.
Can I just also add to that through the Mayor in response? The application, they have development approval, so it's not seeking any community consultation regarding development. And council doesn't have to seek community consultation about whether it becomes an MOU with the landholder, as the landholder for that agreement. And I also remind members that it's very important to engage with our community and get their feedback. At the end of the day, you as the elected body are responsible for making the decision. You need to take into consideration the community's feedback. And you've got to look long term in regards to the needs and expectations of this community, its businesses, its visitors, and make an informed decision, taking into consideration that feedback, not be dictated to by it.
So we have, Councillor Schofield moved recommendation 3. Do I have a second to recommendation 3? Councillor Kemp, second that. Sorry? Yeah, sorry, you're seconding it as well? Yeah, seconding.
My understanding of this public consultation process, to go to the Anchorage, is not about the Anchorage and the car park concept. It's about the additional car park that we want to build. So that's why I think supporting motion 3 is a totally separate item to consultation on the additional car park that we're looking at. The Anchorage has got their development approval on the proviso that they have a multi-story car park built as part of it. We're just looking for permission to do that. This process undertaken with development approval. But this, again, is item 3 is giving them permission to go ahead with the agreement in place. To do public consultation just on the additional car parking aspect. So that's what
The difficulty, Councillor Kemp, is that's not what the motion that Councillor Kemp said. And that's the motion that you passed was that council undertake public consultation regarding potential options for a multi-project car park. It didn't differentiate between the Anchorage or any additional one. So that's one of the difficulties with motions like this on the run and the consequences of them. But we'll go back to motion 3 because that's an important one in terms of the Anchorage development and the memorandum of understanding between the two, between us and the Anchorage. Is there anything further that you want to add to that?
again, I just said that, something we must do, support for this reason, to get that movement going with the Anchorage development. But again, it's in the interpretation of the other motion, public consultation. I don't think the intent was to incorporate
want to speak to recommendation 3? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. Definitely, myself, we must not kill this goose called the anchorage. We have been through a process of approving approval process the development, which we know has got a cover crucial to its viability. That's what we have to do. It's the additional part, because I never quite figured out whether the anchorage approval was 220, but whatever, the car park, multi-storey car parks built. If that means that it's built in 3 stages, we can only afford to do the first bit. Means that, you know, people that they just expect down here that will remain a little country town.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson, can you speak to the motion?
Yeah, well, this development contribution agreement with the anchorage is vital. We do not want to kill the goldfish.
Thank you. I'll just ask the CEO to respond and, yeah.
So much responding. Just want to clarify with Councillor Robertson. The Anchorage's approval is for a multi-storey car park, not built in stages. It's for 280 parks, 66 parks. The council's consideration is about developing the whole side of McKinley Street and potentially if it wants to develop it, including the Anchorage development. It may look to do it in stages. With a vision for a bigger picture at the end rather than just doing it piecemeal, the Anchorage development now and us taking on something later. So, explain before about that the Anchorage is in the
need to bring into this consultation things like what would you like to see in the commercial area? Would it be a quality? Would it be a bus station? The Adelaide bus return
I
or
think
their
that comes to
Wirecast?
recommendation 4.
Well, I didn't realise that. But I think, you know, by building this, then we take people's minds in another direction and we give them something to think about and they'll see the whole process. We do need a concept, that's for sure.
Councillor Schofield, if there's no other contribution to the closing vote. No? Right, I'll put that recommendation 3 to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's passed unanimously, thank you. Number 4, the council commences a process that seeks design and construct type proposals from the private development sector that considers the elements and including private funding, development opportunities and ongoing operational and business modelling. Would someone move that way? Councillor Glasgow, and seconded by Councillor Mann. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Glasgow? No, Councillor Mann, no. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank
So just through the Mayor, in terms of item 5, which is about the council considering the item elements to be retaining confidence, this motion I would state that the report and the documents to be retaining confidence, the minutes not be included, they would be public, it's your decision to just make the decision publicly, but at this stage there are elements of the report and related documents that still need to retaining confidence. So just with the removal of the minutes, that motion to be
moving that way, Councillor Westbrook. Seconding that, Councillor Robertson. Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. We've been going over the 3 hours. Maybe I'll just ask for a break and then we'll go into the next confidential item, which is the Florida Regional Aquatic Centre. Well, the first confidential item is confidence, but if we have a break for 10 minutes.
Should we have a break? Close the meeting because I can see staff will go off later. Something to consider.
We can have a show of hands if you put a motion forward. No, just 2 seconds. The CEO is happy for both Karen and me to leave if they wish for the next 2 items. And if you'd like to have a break for Stop gossiping in there, Peter, come back. Meeting again, and we're up to item 22.2, 22.1, Australia Day Award recipients. Pursuant to section 92 of the Local Government Act 1999, the council orders that all members of the public, excluding the chief executive officer, director of community development, director of environment and infrastructure, director of corporate and customer services, and executive assistant. Second that way. All those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimously done. It was seconded by Councillor Hales and moved by Councillor Kemp.